Okay, hello everyone. I know we're a few minutes early here, just because this is the first time streaming. Is there any comments on audio issues? On an aside as well, I noticed there's a little more latency than I expected, so I might be fashionably late in my responses if I see you in chat. Let's see, how's this? How's my levels? Okay. Let's get over here. And disable. Okay. Well, I'm just going to get right started. So this is the, let's see. Yeah, we're looking at 5.24, the Plasma 5.24 wallpaper. Where's... So this is the rough sketch that I've done the other night of what the wallpaper is roughly going to look like. This was done in Krita, and just before well, let's do the rough. There we are. Let's get the studio tab back open. There we are. Voila. Okay, and we're going to... So first, I'm going to just do a quick little test, something that I wanted to check here. So specifically what I'm doing is I'm just going to see how Inkscape might handle a scaffolding technique that I'm thinking of using. We're going to be looking at intersections, and I just want to see if two curves... Yes, they will. Excellent. Okay, so we're just going to get right into it. So this is probably going to be composed of a few separate layers. The first layer, I think, is going to be this blue spot. And just for ease of seeing the guides, we're going to set that to 40. I'm going to turn off snapping for now, save a few CPU cycles. And, oh, that's why. So a lot of this is just going to start off as tracing the existing work. And ultimately, what a lot of this is going to be is work based around scaffolding. So I'm going to first draw some basic line work, and then I'm going to retrace over that line work using these, or for our polygon look. So, for example, if we have something like this, that gives us our nice appearance of an almost 3D piece of software. Once I have a grid like this, as soon as I turn on snapping, then it's going to be a case of tracing over and manually creating the polygons. So even though I'm going to be following a lot of curves on this particular wallpaper, we're still going to get that polygonal look. So let's remove that. Previously on other wallpapers, I'm not even going to bother trying to be perfect about these lines immediately because I'm also going to be making adjustments to them as I go along. I'll probably also be deleting that center node. You'll see kind of where this is going. Ooh, more chats. Hello. And as I'm going along, if there's any topics that people want me to talk about, just as I'm going along, other than me kind of meanderingly speaking about the current tasks at hand, I will be more than happy to do that. I'm almost wondering if I should take this point here and move it all the way over here, and then that way I can just follow the same cusp node. A cusp node just being anything that's an actual smaller point. For now, though, I think I'm going to try to faithfully follow the sketch lines that I've done in Krita. And I have a cat. She wants attention. Sadly, she does not get it today. One thing that I might want to talk about at some point is the Linus Tech Tips Linux challenge as well. Everybody who kind of works in this arena of software seems to have something to say. I'm not really any different. So we kind of have our initial lines here. Let's just make them a little bit bolder. And we're going to work in pixels because we're not savages. So here's our working lines. And I'm just going to set a stroke to a color. We're going to go with red, actually. There we go. And for those just tuning in, the kind of plan is to use this as the basis for the polygons. And then when I turn on snapping, I can just trace around here. And one thing that you'll see that I do later is the SVG specification, when two shapes are touching each other, they don't actually clamp their fills. So you're going to get these very, very small seams across every polygon shape that I make, which is obviously a no-go. And in the very first Plasma wallpapers, it was actually something that I fought with quite a bit. So when I start actually putting in the polygons, as I go, I'm going to start actually working in quads. And another issue that you might notice, and this is something that I was thinking about last night, is as I make all these individual quads going along the actual image, as soon as I apply fills, so let's just make this, you can already see what I'm going to be getting on about is everything is backwards. And it's ugly and hideous. Inkscape actually has, I believe it's under extensions, arrange, restack, and you can go, let's see, based on Z order, and you can reverse the Z order. And once we apply that, we're going to get the nice proper stacking that we're actually going to be looking for. So, we can actually delete this. There we go. Delete you. Delete you. And it might seem like I'm messing things up, but I'm just removing nodes because I personally find working on the two ends is a lot easier than working on two ends plus a center node. and those who don't work with vector graphics. Vector graphics are based on nodes and shapes. So you can have a basic shape like a circle, or what in SVG terms it's called a path, and a path can be quite literally anything. And so in this case, I'm just slightly changing the shape of the paths. I probably didn't actually need to initially follow the curves, but that was just more for my own reference to make sure I didn't start getting the wrong ones. So we're going to have this extremely broken looking weird image. But it will all start making sense soon. We're also still snapping to things. I need to turn that off. There we are. Okay. So starting, I'm going to start from the outside. We're just going to just kindly. And so the general shape, I'm going for a 2-layer effect. These outer layers are going to have just a little bit of an edge, and I'm initially starting on this blue shape, so I want to follow the inner edge of my sketch here, and we're going to have something like that. Perfect. And now that I have 2 nodes, I can more easily move a single one. And there we go. Then we have you. And this is the first node that follows all the way to the inside, so we're going to pop it out there. Do you know if Krita can do vector graphics, or is that not in the scope? I believe Krita has basic vector capabilities. They're nowhere near what Inkscape can do, because it's dedicated to vector graphics. I also don't know if Krita can import a full fat SVG with all the filters and everything like that intact. And at the same time, I don't know if it can export as an SVG file either. I would have to double check. You know what? KDE. I'm just going to see, because that kind of has me curious. I'm just going to see what the export options are on this one. My CPU is currently being eaten alive because I'm encoding all the video on it, and apparently my system really wants to do everything in threads. I'm just going to open this one here and just see what export options it gives me. I'm not going to bother looking to see if I can actually do. So if we go export, we'll go home, element OP, oh no. So yeah, no, it cannot export SVG itself, which makes sense because Krita is really geared towards painting and animation these days. By the way, animation, love Krita. Okay, so back to topic. And so I'm just going to try to get these lines roughly in position. Oh, that's taking the whole thing. I just want the end. Roughly in position, because afterwards I'm going to just do another pass where I try to line things up a little more precisely. Another thing, too, is in my initial sketch, some of these columns are just a little bit wider than they ought to be, so I'm going to do a little bit of finagling along the way. This one is also over here. Another thing that I'll do as well as I'm adjusting these is I'm going to make the endpoints, even though you'll never see them, they'll probably never be used. I'm going to start aligning them as well. And that just kind of, so what you can do is when you have several shapes, and you actually hit the correct tool, and you highlight them, you can see all of the endpoints and where they're going. So if you line everything up in advance into nice shapes, then when you actually go to align these directional nodes, you'll very quickly find that you can more visually see what is actually working as you intend. So maybe I'll start taking my own advice now. No, I'm gonna align these up first, actually. Just in a basic manner. So we have you, and then this happy little line, it needs friends. There we go, that's roughly in place. You're roughly in place. You have too dramatic a curve. Hit the scroll bar there. Yeah, because you can see these curves are starting to go in strange places. I was doing a lot of vector graphics work in the icon pipeline, and I've kind of gained a lot more respect for the math that Inkscape is actually pulling off a lot of the time when it does some of its operations, because you forget that there's not actually points of reference for every single aspect. Okay, so we have things. Oh, you're in the wrong place entirely. This line is in a different zip code. There we go. All right. So let's take a look at our endpoints here. So we have this kind of curve shape going on here. So, yeah, there's one, two, three, 4. This one is 5. This one is 6. This one, I believe, is going to be 7. And I'm just going to, let's see here. I'm going to try to get these to be a curve along this path here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I wonder if I can get away with a sweep. No, I'm just going to keep going. So this is going to go way out of bounds of the drawing itself. And you might be asking, why do I keep breaking my lines? Because later it's going to be a lot easier on me. A little bit of work now saves a lot of pain later. Okay. So we kind of have the beginnings of our curves, so I'm just going to kind of visualize my own reference curve here. There we go. And just to make sure everyone on the stream can see it, we're going to make it 4 pixels. There we are. So I'm going to have these lines follow this curve. And then that way, my thing popped off. There we are. That's what I like to see. So with this, let's just visualize the lines here. So you can already see that there's a little bit of alignment. So we get this here, and it looks super messy. But then as we start actually getting the lines closer to where they're going, we'll start to see that these nodes here, the actual endpoints, are also going to follow a curve. And as soon as you have the ends of your lines on a nice curve, and your node's on a nice curve, you know that roughly things are aligned as they should be. At least when you're trying to get this kind of effect that I'm going for here. Of course, though, these lines are getting awfully messy. It's getting a lot harder to work with now. So we have line 1, and the curve is going this way on this second set, so I'm going to draw the second curve that I intend to follow. And the second curve actually should be something like that, so and set the stroke. We're going to set it to 4 pixels just so people can kind of see it. So as our lines start to follow both the curves, everything will just happen to line up. There we are. Okay, so this is point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to try to get the first 7 lines lined up. As a matter of fact, just to make life easier on me even still, we're just going to shove these guys off to the side a bit. And we'll just do one at a time. That should be a lot easier to work with. And because we already know that they line up to this bottom line, I can move one at a time and it will just start to line up and work. This also explains why that line wasn't quite working how I liked it. Okay. So we have you and you. So as, you know what, let's so here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Here we are. We'll just put them on a curve for now. And then we'll, so your line 1, your line 2, this must be line 3. 1, 2, 3, yeah. Line 4. And then line 5. And with this, we'll start to be able to discover where these curves are actually going to fall. And you are over here. I think we're starting to get an idea of where our lines want to take us. So you can see we have the bottom curve here, we have the top curve here, we have our nodes, and they're beginning to follow curves there. And you can see it's actually pretty spot on now. We do have a couple little hairs just around here, but when we're actually drawing the polygons, we can forgive a couple small issues and just intuit those kind of odd ones out. Oh, I heard Creative 5 hasn't, am I right? And more cool stuff. Yes, okay. I love the Creative 5 animation stuff. It's fantastic. Wait, that's not Photoshop. Probably my favorite feature in Creative 5, and I'm going to pronounce it 37 ways, I'm going to apologize now, is the duplicate frame feature. So if you have one drawing, so say you have a character in, I've been using it for video game animation. If you have a character and say they're in an idle pose or a ready pose, then you can very easily just copy that frame in several locations and then branch your individual animations off it. And I have a few very packed documents that just have all the animations. And for those that might be curious, I'm actually using Krita on Android. And I started using it right around the beta of Krita 5. I actually started on Krita 4, saw that there was inappropriate APK, and then I just decided that I'd, YOLO it and just use the beta software, even though they said not to use it for actual productive stuff. I just dove right in. Okay, so we have you. So this one will want to go around here. This one will want to go around here. And this one will want to go around here. I wonder if, what I'm going to do is I have two windows going, and I'm just going to see if I can kind of resize my exterior window. Yeah, that's better, because my, because I was trying to look at the work here, but all the way, like, in another zip code was the actual chat, and it was very hard to keep an eyeball on it. All right. And I think next time I do something like this, I'm going to have to figure out hardware encoding first before I do another crazy art stream, because I actually, I'm feeling the CPU usage. And it's not that bad. It's still perfectly workable. There we go. And you are going to go around here. There we are. Well, let's just, yeah. Usually I use the arrow keys to move things around because I'm used to precision graphics with the icons. Now I'm starting to notice a fault in my method. Let's see. It's actually not that bad, but I can't get as extreme a curve. But at the same time, I kind of question if maybe I was just at fault when I actually sketched this, because this this drawing was just done eyeballed. Here we are. But I could also likely compensate by using more weight on the bottom curve. There we are. Move you over here. Something like that. And I think my strategy is actually working. Okay. So let's take, I'm going to take a few of these just for reference. And here we can already see, here's the curve. So if I play with it a bit, even though it kind of messes up some of the lines, we're going to quickly start to see when I get the top half that it will kind of self-correct here. So we have you. We'll go here. And interestingly, when I kind of mentioned that I'd have to put more weight on the bottom half in order to get the curve that I wanted, already I'm seeing that these bottom, the nodes are actually already doing that just by the curve that I kind of set up earlier. So let's just see what happens with something roughly like this. You kind of have to guess it first, then after you get to refine. All right, I'm just going to take a few more of these. Let's see. Oh, we have here. Okay, so we have, it looks like this top curve is going something like that. So I'm just going to mark it. There we are. Okay. Another nice Inkscape feature is select same, fill and stroke. If you've noticed, I've been making sure that all of my lines are specific colors so that I can just select them all at any given moment. So here we are, we have all that. What is this? Oh, that is the... Oh, I was backwards. So this is actually looking like the curve. Yeah, no, come back anytime. This is going to be probably more of a revolving door stream. There we go. It's like saying fill and stroke. There we are. Okay. Yeah, let's just put everything where we want it to be. And you are this one. You are this one. Yeah. So previously, what I used to do when I would create the... Actually, I could probably have a reference image. If I go to my home folder, I think I actually even have one of the older wallpapers hanging around in here. I just don't know which one. Yeah, no, nothing of interest there. Okay. So let's see. We have a crossover here, crossover here. I probably got those backwards. There we go. So we have all of our basic lines. The ones at the top are very clearly going the wrong direction. So this is where we select same, fill and stroke. Doop, boop. So now what I'm going to do is just move the top to roughly where I want the real line to be. And then I'm just going to kind of follow up. I'm going to establish a new curve. Okay. Now, we're going to finish positioning the top one roughly in the correct position. And then once we have our opening line, there we are, then we can follow let's see here. I don't like that that's going the wrong direction, so there we are. 2, 3. This one is actually going to fall here, and we're just establishing the second line. And for those who will want to see how the full wallpaper is done, but you don't want to sit through all this tedium, I am going to create an edited video using the YouTube source stream. And I'm just going to cut down and show the interesting bits. So we have, are you number 4? Yes, we have you following that line, you following that line, you. It's a little bit hard to tell what I'm looking at sometimes, but yeah, that's going to need to go there roughly. So let's select 4 of these. There we are. So we have you. You are supposed to follow this line. So let's do that. And then there we are. And we're starting to actually get back onto the correct curves now. Now we need to find roughly where we want this node to land. And I'm going to have a bit of a fun time juggling where these lines are actually going to land because we're losing our curve here. But in other areas, we're starting to reestablish our curves. Oop. So, hello, 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 hello. Yes, and there, our bottom curve is pretty fantastic. Our top curve is actually still shockingly on point. So, wiggle you. You need to be over here. I want this guy here. What's going on? I'm just going to recolor it. I'm just going to recolor that line because I'm a little bit confused what node belongs to what. So I'm just going to recolor that middle one so I can kind of see what I'm actually wiggling at. That's the top. This is 2 down. So we have top. Second line. You're not the third line. You're the third line. Here we are. Let's see. We have you. I'm not quite understanding why this one wants to be all the way over there. It's hinting to me that something is wrong. Because if I move this into what seems like the correct position, we're getting this. Oh, you know what I've done? Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. You have you. You. No, I lost my place. There we are. No, that didn't do it. Oh no, I'm making it worse. All right. For now, let's just keep going. And one semi-interesting thing that's going to happen here is my lines are ultimately going to diverge from the sketch a little bit, I imagine. But at the same time, they'll be more accurate. So let's do this. Get the nice spacing. There we are. There we are. Now this is actually meant to be tucked into him, which I will be doing a bit later. So here is our other curve. Now why these two are being super weird, we're going to have to see. So let's just isolate these two. Why are these two all crossed? Is there maybe a positional issue? Did I? Oh, that's already looking better. Okay. Yeah, it was just a positional issue. And I'm I'm sure once I put these. Okay. This follows the line. This follows the line. This follows the line. This. Oh wait, that follows no line. You follow no line. Why are you? There we are. Oops. I also want you. There we are, that. Okay. It's mathemagical sometimes. Move you into place, and yeah, that looks a little more natural. So, we have our first set of curves. Let's just fix that stroke. We're not going to need these guides anymore. In terms of positioning, this is if we position that as so, we keep all the other lines in position. And if we push this line so that it actually has a hook here, what ends up happening is when we start... Oh, wait, no. I was backwards on that. Here I am trying to sound smart, being wrong. But I want these lines to start joining in. Let's refix that line. That line is there. That line is there. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna manually fudge. Fudge these a bit. Let's just keep all the lines where they were actually. Okay. First set of curves are down. Even though by the looks of this, technically speaking, there would be an impossible line here, I don't think anybody is going to be able to notice that. I'm going to turn off the rough layer. And so the next step in this little escapade is going to be making sure that we start our largest line, or our largest gaps between lines, should be on this side, and they should just get gradually smaller. And the way I'm going to do that I'm just trying to think here. Let's make that purple. Set stroke. Stroke 6. There we go. And what I want is every time I put one of these down, I want to make it a little bit smaller. You can already see. So there's an issue. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. And this will come into a bit of a corrective phase, where as I move along, let's see, I just also need to make sure that I don't put one too many of these little guidelines in. So if I have a mismatched number of guides and gaps, that means I'm going to pull my hair out later when I have rejiggered all the lines. And if you're wondering, yes, this is why people use software like Blender, because it does it. Because simulating 3D graphics by hand is just a really dumb way to do it, but I'm a crazy person. Oh. Maybe something's off with the bottom control points. Oh, never mind. Okay. So let's, once again, select same, fill and stroke. I'm going to start, let's just see where all of our lines are falling right now. Yeah, we have two nice curves. I think I'm just going to fiddle with the bottom lines. So, you're good. Need to come out a hair. You're good. You need to come in a hair. You need to come in several hairs. And yeah, these are gonna really wreak havoc on the upper lines. Another thing that I really should have done, I'm gonna do it now, is just curve these guys a bit. Just so things are a little more, you know, it's not perfect. It's not meant to be perfect. Select same, fill and stroke. Because part of the charm of doing these things by hand is that there are those little imperfections that computers don't do. That's the one thing, is like when I see the Blender wallpapers, like a lot of them are so brilliant, but they're also so perfect. And I think little mistakes here and there are part of the charm of these wallpapers. There we go. That's a slightly easier to follow line. Select same, fill and stroke. There we go. Whoop. So we have you want to come out just a hair. You are good. You are good. You need to come in a bit. You need to come in a bit. You need to come in a lot. And I'm also going to start pushing these up a bit more to maintain the curves up here. Where did I leave off? Oh no! Here we are. The slowest part of the process is almost done. So, you know, I'm gonna, you know, these aren't perfect either. You saw them, I did them just by hand. So, my main thing is I just want to maintain the look of these curves, because I think that's where most of the character of the lines is going to be when we do the polygon effect. Okay, let's compare it to the rough. So we have some differences here. I think that's to be expected. Let's see, we have a lot of big things here. So what I'm gonna do, oh, that didn't work. Boop, boop, boop. We want bigger on the outside. I'm gonna shove this here. We're gonna go boop. There we are. And that's gonna be the next set of lines that we're hopefully gonna follow. Another thing that I'm going to need to do is I'm just gonna scale down these guys more dramatically. Then we put you back, scale them back up, and then that should give it more of a pronounced compression as it goes on. All right, click same, fill and stroke, burp. There we are. We've done the bottom ones. I'm happy with the bottoms. Now we make our adjustments to the top. So that will land there. This will land here. Here. Where will our curve land? Ooh. Oh, again, we have some weirdness here. I do not want it to be a wave like that, but it's probably going to wind up being a wave like that. But no, that's not correct. There we go. Now if I put more of the magnitude on the bottom and pull back from the top, I think we get the curves we want back. There we are. Okay. And let's line things back up. Boop, boop. So, I just want to zoom out a little bit. There we go. Okay. You go there. You go there. You go there. You go there. I'm gonna get the lines followed first. My little size guides. Hopefully I'm doing this more or less correctly. There we are. So what's our curve looking like? It's looking something like this. So again, just to make sure the curves are pretty. We know that the purple lines, my guides, aren't perfect. We're doing Pirates of the Caribbean rules, you know, they're guidelines, not necessarily rules. I have a feeling, let's see here. Let's see. Do we have another placement swap happening here? Because this, no, that looks good. Dot, dot. Ah, did you catch that? All right. This is, so starting from the outside, then we have that, then we have that. Okay. So starting from the outside, these two need to be swapped. And that is what's causing that issue. Excellent. Now we should be able to follow our curves. Boop. And look at that. It's almost like these adjustments now are precision. And we'll move you here. There. And we'll take you back here. There we are. And I'll push these out a bit. That is a halfway decent looking curve. Still a little bit fat on this side. I can probably just do that a bit. Select same, fill and stroke. So we're wrapping up these lines here. Yeah, I'm still happy with that. Even though this is not precise anymore, we don't need to worry about superposition. Oh. Lower layer is a reference image you've drawn on paper beforehand. No, it's not drawn on paper. This lovely image, and anytime anybody gives me the chance to mention it, I am absolutely going to do it. Drawn in Krita, amazing program. Highly recommend it. It's become my favorite. Well, it's my favorite every time I use it. Every time I touch that program, I fall in love with it all over again. So, just kind of wrapping up these red guidelines here. Even though it's not precisely following the drawing that I did earlier, that was eyeballed freehand. I know it's not precise because you have a thin line here, a thick boy here, thick, thin. So, I'm actually happier with the red lines than I am with the actual drawing itself. So that's going to be good. So let's lower the opacity on this. Boop, there we are. And I'm going to do that. This is the programmer trap, by the way. If you have to name something, it always takes an hour to name it. Wave, blue, there we go. And just consistent naming conventions, there we are. I'm going to lock that for now. And we're going to do wave, orange top. So the next set I'm going to do is going to be this top layer. And what's ultimately going to happen is we're going to be using the same guides. So there's this kind of two-layer effect where the blue and the orange, they're two separate layers. The orange is literally just going to be using the blue guidelines. I'm just going to nudge them over a bit when it comes time. Because as you can see, they're just slightly thick. Okay, wave orange top. I'm going to just take this. I'm going to bring it right down to 20 so it's not too distracting. And we have this sweeping curve here. Oh, there we need to select the appropriate layer. I'm going to try to be a little bit more clever, so let's make this, I want a color that doesn't blend in too much. We'll just keep using red, set stroke. There we are, we can see it now. And let's just copy and paste this a bunch of times instead of drawing everything manually. And you belong there, there. When you are using Inkscape, copy and paste commands, there's if you copy something, so I take the circle, Control C. If I just do Control V, it'll paste it roughly where my cursor is. Control Shift V, or Control C. Yeah, it's Control Alt V. Will paste it exactly where the parent was. Okay. We're going to establish our, I think I need 1, 2, 3. I'm going to give it 3 more. There we are. Okay. Now this curve is going to be a little more interesting. And by interesting, I mean wholly annoying. Because it actually follows this kind of wave design, and that might throw off some of our other curve lines, but we work with what we've got. Set the stroke, make it thick so we can see it. So here's our pretend curve. I'm going to move this over just a little bit. Yeah, doing it this way is already a million times better, instead of drawing each line individually. This is the first time I'm using this kind of scaffolding technique. Oh, there we are. So I don't, because previously what I used to do, when I was working on wallpapers before, and I'm just going to do it quickly here, you'll see it later on in the process, but this kind of dark purple, it's just a placeholder. What's eventually going to happen is this is going to be a designed skybox, and I'm going to design it the way I designed older wallpapers. So I just make a triangle, burp, burp. I'd actually have the lock on, but I'm just going to do this. So what I used to do is I would literally just create manually like a big grid of triangles. And then Inkscape has, I believe it's under the extensions menu, modify path. Yeah, there's envelope and perspective. And what I would do is I'd say, okay, if I want these to look like they're leaning back, then I would create this. So imagine that being the plane. Control G, extensions, modify path, perspective, and then you'd actually get, let's just put just a generic fill. You'd then get the proper perspective that you were kind of going for. And I'm going to be doing that later for the skybox, but this time I'm doing kind of a scaffolding technique, because I actually have a few more people than I did before, where I'm going to kind of draw the rough grid first. Where'd my tool go? And then I'm going to use the intersection clamp right here, toggle snapping path to intersections, and then I'm going to kind of retrace over my guides, and that's how I'm going to achieve this kind of very highly curved look. All right, back to the action. Also, this, I keep clicking it. Again, when you're using Inkscape, in terms of keys that you're going to fall in love with, if you have home and end on a full-sized keyboard, that will bring a line, or anything that you select really. So home will bring it to the top, end will send it to the back. So if you just want to get something out of the way, end is going to be your best friend. Ooh, still got clamp on. Oh, and I'm already, yeah, okay. I'm not paying too much attention to the spacing here quite yet. I'm just getting everything kind of on the line first. Then I'm going to just adjust the curves, get them somewhere in the right ballpark to where the curves actually land. And then I'll readjust the spacing, and then I'll do one final pass just to make sure the curves are roughly where they ought to be. Then, once I have these two kind of curve layers going for me, I'll, that's when I'm going to, oh, let's see, Inkscape closed, oh, yeah, that's one thing that I'm not super, let's, yeah, mentioned Inkscape crashing. It's probably a good idea. Plasma 5, we're on 2.4, right? Plasma 5, 2.4 wall. Save early, save often, kids. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, Inkscape can be crashy on certain operations. I get really nervous when I'm copying and pasting and deleting bitmaps into a file. That's where I personally experience the most crashes with Inkscape. I do also experience some crashes if I'm using the modify path on extremely complicated groups or sets of shapes. Okay. I'm I'm just going to get these to follow a fairly arbitrary curve. I'm just going to set it down this way. There we are. And what is likely to happen too is I might ignore some of the shapes towards the bottom here and push them out a bit just to give more of a perspective. Set stroke, stroke point, stroke style. We want some thickness so we can see what we're doing. This one I'll pay a little more attention to. Well, actually, no, I'll get them all on first. So again, I'm not paying attention to the spacing quite yet. Once I have everything on the line, I'll do the spacing in reverse. This wallpaper, about an hour. About an hour for the vector. It took about an hour for this initial sketch. If anybody here watches Game Grumps, I worked precisely as long as it took Aaron to be destroyed in chess. That poor man. So that'd be, I think it was like 45 minutes. Plus probably I think it was like another 10 minutes while I just afterwards too, so here we are. I'm not sure if I have quite the right lines. So these red lines, I want them to follow the black lines, roughly. I think something is about to go hideously wrong. Here we are. Okay. I'm just going to loosely at this point. Now my alignment is going to be centered around the orange. This is the wave orange top layer. These lines are going to be copied and pasted for the blue layer that will go below it. So let's see. This. And I'm also just trying to consider the perspective as well. The wider I make these gaps, the closer it's going to appear to the user. So I'm going to want the upper portion of these gaps to be larger. No, they're going to need to be... They're actually going to be roughly equal, slightly wider towards the bottom. So I'm actually going to push you up a bit. Okay, bada boop. Something roughly correct in the ballpark there. You know what? Let's just hide those red layers for now. I believe this line should be going off screen if I'm working correctly. One thing I really want to avoid right now, and people who were tuned in super early to this saw that it happened 3 times, but I had a few situations where lines crossed over like that, and it was throwing off some of the curves that I was trying to achieve until I narrowed down which ones were crossed over, so I'm just really trying to avoid that. Okay. Actually... Let's see. I'll give that a shot. It's not going to be this stream, but oh, I'm going to butcher your name. I apologize. Bakir Efe Erol. Please I apologize if I got that wrong. But yeah, no, I'll play a couple Linux games in some live streams at some point. Seems like a fun thing to do. And then, of course, because it's the train of thought that happens of everything I'm going to be doing, it's going to be like, I'm turning left now because the curve goes left. All right, we're slowly starting to get there, so I think the next step for me is going to be, let's pick a spot. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 segments. I'm actually just going to math this one out. Oh wait, no, I don't get to do that. Let's see here. Now I want my spacer guides to be roughly the same angle. Because you're watching a guy push lines around. It's not the most exciting thing on earth. When we start getting to gradients and things like that, I imagine it's going to be more interesting. So, oh, thank you. Thank you, Otto. Now, the perspective, the bottom right corner is going to get thicker, so I'm just going to slightly scale these up as I move along. Oh, that was a bit much. There we go. And now I'll just do that by hand. There. Oh, Control-C, Control-V. There we are. I do not understand why the bounding box is going all fun on me, but there we go. And Control-C, Control-Alt-V. There we go. I will apply just a little bit of curve to these. There we go. Just because I feel like that's going to be more visually correct. Okay. There we are. So here's our working lines. I can't see. There we are. There we are. And I'm just steepling these a bit just so that I can see what I'm doing. Now, when we go here, these lines get very small at the end, but I'm not going to worry about that as much. So Control-C, Control-Alt-V. I am going to, do we want to decrease or increase the perspective? Because these look like they would be roughly equal, so I'm going to just shrink that a little bit. You group things, you rotate them. You put them like this, you put them like this. Actually, I'm going to flip that back around. No, I like it the other way. Will the perspective be correct? Probably not. Probably not going to be perfect, but here we go. I use KDE Neon. That's the distro that I use. All right. I think we're fully geared now to Oh, that's quite a bit thicker, actually. No, this needs to be reversed. Yeah. That looks a tad more correct. Yeah. Yeah, I can get behind that. Get a sneaky save in there. Yeah, I started using KDE Neon. I think it was like, I can't even say how many years ago it was. This installation is years and years old. It's been through a few large upgrades. So I'm probably getting roughly due to wipe and clean it. So these lines are actually all fairly consistent, but also incorrect. So we have you. This single piece is probably going to fall down here a bit. That's going to be fine. So I'm just going to start trying to line these up so that the red lines. This is number 3. I'm going to hit that confusing point soon where I have all these nodes flying everywhere. Number 4. I have a feeling that I'm not going to want to super precisely follow my curve, so I'm just going to make the initial adjustment. You can see we have a lot of ugly line crossovers and things like that, but it will all come full circle. There we are. Now we have this unholy mess of nodes, and I can barely see anything of what I'm doing. Let's wiggle you. You're there. Oh, just wiggle the nodes, see what I'm looking at. So you're number 3. I'm going to get, so the first node is accurate, and I believe this is the first node, yep. The third node, let's get this accurate here. First node, that would place the second node in the middle. Ooh, I don't like this. So one thing that I really don't like when this happens, and I think I'm going to have to suck it up and deal with it, is when these control handles start to overlap with the actual endpoints, it gets real messy. And it's going to just be a migraine. So let's allow us to diverge a bit. Oh. Yeah, I had a few times where I thought this installation was pretty much ready for the pasture. Oh, there we go. Okay, they're starting to line up. Yeah, I had a few times when I thought this installation was ready for the pasture, but this is very much just a pure work machine, so like any niceties, I'm really not going to, nuke it, but I am reaching the point where this one should be nuked, because I've installed a lot of weird stuff. I've installed some development packages. I did override, where's my system settings? So one thing that I've done, and I'm kicking myself for it, is I'm actually using the Breeze icons that I've been working on, but I installed them over the traditional Breeze icons, and I'm starting to think that I need to start developing in like a proper virtual environment. Okay. Now I also have to remember that this curve has 2 humps to it, so this line is probably going to have a bit of a wave as well to it. Oh, I haven't even been paying attention to the purple lines. What am I smoking, ladies and gentlemen? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Ooh, don't want to overlap you. Okay, and let's wiggle you. See what you are. Let's wiggle you. So you're there. Wiggling you, you'll go here. Ooh, that's getting messy. Wiggle you. Oh geez, I don't remember what's what anymore. I'm gonna have to go back a few steps. You know, if I was smart, I'd start on this end. Oh, this is gonna be a fun one. I'm gonna have to do 2 rounds of that. Oh, yeah. Maybe I should steeple them up and down. It's just gonna be, you know what? Maybe I'll just play it slow and steady. Slow and steady. Because as soon as I start having these control nodes cross over each other, I'm going to get a lot of weirdness. So, but once they're in basic position, I'll be remarkably solid from that point on. Wiggly, wiggly. Okay. Yeah, we're still good. Oh yeah, system settings is pretty much always actively being worked on. Like, system settings are the heart and soul of KDE, really. All the designers are doing an incredible job. Okay, you're going there. You're going there, so I'm actually satisfied with the position of these 2, these 3, these 4. Wait. I might have to start building that curve into it. Yeah, this is turning into a bit of a weird one. Once I get these lines, I'm gonna be solid. It's just all these endpoints and handles flying all over the place. It can be hard to see what I'm doing. I don't want the curve there. Let's just see what happened. What? Hold on. Hold on. I'm noticing a problem here. I think I have some of my nodes mixed up. That was the nightmare that I was trying to avoid. By the way, I wanted to ask, is my voice coming in okay for my insane rambling? You know what I'm going to do? You. Let's just make life easier on myself and use 2 colors. There we are. That. Whoa, that's not visible. Select same fill and stroke. Dark red, set stroke. Perfect. I'm gonna say the latency is pretty awful though. I think it takes a good 10 or so seconds. Select same fill and stroke. Oh no. I can't do that trick for 2. All right, perfect. So we have you, oh. Yeah, I'm diverging quite a bit from my lines. You know what I think? I think maybe my purple guides are what's the problem, so Let's rotate them out. That might lead to better results there. There we are, okay. Thank you for holding on, everybody, during this little step of the process. Select same. Oh wait, no. I already selected everything. Ah! I'm clicking things. Okay. So you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Ah! All right. I found the problem. So, we should be alternating between light and dark. Two of these nodes got mixed up. You're supposed to go here. That is where the problem was. I'm sure one of you was like screaming at your monitor, "You're selecting the wrong node!" Okay, you're gonna actually push over quite a bit. Yeah, alternating these lines is really helping. Okay, so you here. Wiggle you, see what you are, and without even looking, I'm just going to start moving all of these, even if they're way offline, just so that I have everything roughly in the correct place, because it's easier to move in than it is to move out, because you have a lot of crossovers. I've run into that mistake a few times now. So where are you? You're that one. You, this one. You. You're actually roughly good. What was I just grabbing there? That guy. You need to come out quite a bit more. You. Now what's going on here? I've hit a moment of confusion. Because there should be 1, 2, what? Ladies and gentlemen, I think I pushed the Q-tip in a little too far because I have fewer purple lines? Something's going on here. I think I have to get rid of a few of these. So I'm going to keep that, keep that, keep that. I think I'll get rid of 2. I think that's what I have to do. 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. I'd be interested in looking at it. Again, I am going to apologize for butchering names, but Maxime asked about Akira, a new Inkscape alternative, and I'm actually definitely going to take a look at it because I'm always interested in examining the tools that I use. There, I think that might help fix some of the issues that I'm having here. I know why it's It is the way it is. Okay. But yeah, no, I am interested in looking at other vector graphic editors. I love Inkscape. It's great. I will absolutely use it for wallpapers and everything like that in the future. Icons, though, there's a lot of things that Inkscape does. Inkscape seems much more geared towards print and artwork, and well, you can certainly input precise values across the top here. I find that Inkscape just inserts a lot of cruft into files, and unless you're saving as plain SVGs or optimized SVGs, it's going to add a lot of that stuff. But at the same time, as soon as you save, that's right, I'm just going to kind of get back on the page here. But as soon as you save in any of those formats, you're going to lose things like grids, guides, things like that. So what I'd really like is a vector graphics editor that can let you do pixel perfect graphics. Oh yeah, I got it somewhat right. But yeah, something where you can do pixel perfect graphics without it inserting a lot of cruft. That being said, and I'll pull it up here. Development. So many development things. Where's bring this icon class. Is I have these SVG tools that I've been working on that let me build massive numbers of icons very, very quickly. These are actually the new folder icons that I've been working on. And a lot of what the tools do is they work on compressing vector files as much as humanly possible. So it's going to be cleaning up a lot of these, but the actual SVG contents itself, it's very compressed, and I even have some mathemagics in there for getting very accurate decimal places with the minimum number of digits. And I've had some instances. Is there an example here? Maybe in backup? No. But I do have a couple rounds where I was testing oxygen icons, running them through the pipeline optimizer, and I've had I think it got it down to a quarter of the file size for an oxygen icon at no loss of quality at all. Now, granted, I'm not going to say, hey, I've done a better job than the Python scour tools or anything like that. It's very hyper-focused on our application, but still, it's very nice that we have that. So I think I've kind of borked things up a little bit here. So I'm going to have to just kind of realign it all. I think I mentioned that I would have to do this at some point anyways. And I think I'm still going to have to drop 2 lines. Yeah. But yeah, no, so the optimizer, it does really well. Catch 22 about the optimizer, though, is it does not play nice with Inkscape. So once an image is run through the optimizer, if it's running at its full capacity, it will stop, it will use tags and elements that Inkscape doesn't know how to handle. So actually, kind of going back to, let's see here, icons, oh wait, development, let's close this. Nobody needs to see the game that I'm working on. And breeze icons, so if we go into the built icons, let's take a look at a MIME type. 64. Here we are. So if we, I'm just going to see. Yeah, so you can see that like several things are missing and things like that. It works just fine on the Qt SVG Tiny 1.2 renderer, which is what Qt uses. The actually outputted optimized graphics, it's fine that they don't work in Inkscape. And as part of the pipeline, one of the key goals that I had was making sure that we could actually keep all of our icons in a working state. So we could keep things like guides and extra layers and things like that in. And then we could go back later, or not go back later, but we could keep them in an editing state in the source. So our icons are actually the source icons. Then when it's actually built using CMake, the final outputted icons are going to be at their best compression. Okay, I believe I have fixed my blunder, so now we can actually keep going on this now. Let's wiggle this node. Nope, that's not the one. We'll go here. Here. I'm probably going to push these curves quite a bit. Oh, this is already... Yeah, okay. Oh, that's 1,000 times better. And, yeah, that is the correct node there. I do have to acknowledge that there is going to be that wiggle because the actual top line has that curve, so this is going to have a wave to it too. I've mentioned that before. Here we are. Okay. So we are absolutely not following these lines anymore, but we're going to be pretty close, satisfactorily close. So, yeah, everything is looking pretty decent enough there. Who do I have to wiggle? There we go. So if we take a look at this without the rough, we can see here's the curve that's beginning to move along. And I'd say I'm actually pretty happy with that. Pleased as punch, even. So, we do have a couple little finagles here. Hello, Carl! So, I mentioned when I first started this that I did not pay attention to the spacing along the top here. Now I'm going to pay attention to that. The spacing along the bottom might need a little bit of adjusting, but I think we're going to be in a good state to start applying polygons. This. Now I'm going to want the spacing. So thinking about how the curve actually works, because it is on a wave, and the outer curve is following. So I think the spacing in towards the middle of this line here is going to have to be tighter. And I'm actually going to keep hiding that. So we'll see. I'm just going to experiment a little bit with this. And then we gradually add more spacing as we reach the outside. Do I dare do all but become a man? I'm going to push this spacing in a little bit here. Now we're going to have a little bit of funk with that. I think I went too tight on this spacing here. So we're going to push it back out a bit. Because this curve is going to push it once I actually correct the lines. Select same, fill and stroke. Yeah, so, yeah, after moving around, we have a little bit of funk here. Let's realign back with our purple guides here. So, grab you, grab you, grab you, and ooh. Yeah, this is the most finagly part of this whole process. I'm gonna move these guys a little bit this way, just to make it easier to see where the curves are going. Yeah, lost my notes. Oh, is this gonna fold all the way back up? It's kind of neat seeing where the drawing wants to go. Okay. I would say that looks pretty good. If I'm tooting my own horn, floating my own boat. I'm going to keep this green curve here just for my own personal reference. So save early, save often. As a matter of fact, I like to save a great many copies. Here we are. Turn you back up. All right. So the next step is we have the, I'll call them the columns. So now we need the rows, because really when we actually look at it, the actual polygons themselves, if you draw a square, throw a line in the middle, you're going to get 2 poly out of it. So we, unfortunately, my super early sketch, so it would require contributors to use it in not Inkscape. That might just, I wonder if it would be, so with Akira, it uses an internal file format. I wonder if it could be set, kind of like how OpenOffice lets you save as like a Microsoft Word or something else, and use that as like the default native format. I wonder if Akira might go that direction. Also seems to be for UI, UX, not icons. Oh, okay. Yeah, there is a need for that in Floss software. As a matter of fact, in the visual design group discussions, there was a lot of talk about the tools that we use. What's that web-based one? There's a web-based tool that we're using in KDE quite a bit. It's not open source. It is it does have a premium version, but we don't have the premium version. So having an actual application for user interface, user experience, especially mockups, that would be super valuable, and I could absolutely see why the elementary folks... Figma, that was it, yes. Thank you. I'm not even going to try pronouncing your name. But yes, no, thank you. Absolutely, it's Figma. Yeah, so what am I doing here? So we're going to go back to wave orange top, turn on the rough. But yeah, no, I could see absolutely the elementary people being the ones to spearhead that, because they are very user experience focused. And I'm going to say that I love them for that, because like, even though it's open source and everybody kind of does their own thing, it's still the element of competition that really drives home the things that that need to be done. So even like 2 open source desktops, they're competing just like commercial products, and having those tools. The big difference is everybody gets to use those tools while still competing on the actual result. If what I said makes any sense. I'm pretty sure if you hooked an EKG up to my head, you would have seen it flatline while I was speaking for the past minute. Okay. So, next step is going to be kind of converting this into a grid now. And then I might even try doing the polygons on the orange first, just to see. So what I'm gonna do, wave orange top, rows, columns, there we go. Control X, there we go. Control Alt V, that pastes in place. And I'm just kind of starting this the super easy hacky way, where you just increment everything a little bit more every time. And you can immediately see now like where this is starting to go, where that 3D feel starts to come in. And then as soon as I turn on the snapping, the intersection snap, disable the cusp nodes, then I'll be able to start doing the polygons individually, and that should go pretty quickly. It's going to be a click fest, but I'll run through it fast. Now, one thing about this curve is when I was drawing it in my head, I saw it kind of flattening and smoothing out. I might actually redo this line in a manner that's going to be a bit easier for me to work with. Set stroke. Okay, we'll go neon green. Because we have two cusp nodes there. I don't like working with, or not cusp nodes, smooth nodes. I don't like working with too many nodes in a line because it just makes it harder as you need. Ooh, turn snapping off. Because as you need to kind of make small adjustments, having more and more nodes just means more and more work as I move down the line. So just removing that second node, that probably saved a few minutes there. And that looks good enough. So we go 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So kind of eyeballing the situation that I have here. So I'm going to go 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can start shift clicking. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we are. I'm going to start moving it into. There we go. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 seems to be a good number there. 10, 20. Yeah, this is giving us a nice little grid there. Okay. Yeah, okay, this is working. Now, problem 37C that I should have seen coming is this is on a curve, these are not. So what I'm going to start doing is I'm just moving this node, the node that I'm moving, this kind of crosshair looking one in the center. That's the rotation point of a given shape. So if you move the rotation point, when you rotate a line, it affects where you start from. think that ought to be enough of them. And I'm just going to start slowly rotating them just a little. Oh, that seemed snappy. Just a little bit more each time. And I'm going to want that one to start touching there. I want to go over a little bit. Go over a little bit more. Here we are. Don't want to edit the node, I just want to rotate the path. Here we are. Okay, and I can kind of respace things here as we go along. I think these ones are going to be a little less important to keep extremely aligned. But I think we have roughly what I was going for. There. There, and can I get this to be perfectly smooth? I think I can. Here we are. Yeah, this is the effect that I wanted. Getting a bit close to this edge here. Doesn't really matter though, because... Oh, it might matter. Uh-oh. Well, that's fine. I'm just gonna... 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3. Yeah, technically I was doing that backwards anyways. Yeah, if you didn't know better, you'd think that was almost three-dimensional. And I'm not going to bother changing the curves too much anymore. And I don't need to reposition that centering handle because I did it on the original, which I'm now copying. And I'm not even going to bother rotating this one because the... Okay, I am rotating it because that's only going to affect that tiny bit there. Excellent. I think we have all of our guidelines. So the next consideration I'm just trying to think here. So I'm just going to draw the shape and see what this thing is actually going to look like. Just in the sense of the general shape itself. And this is eating my CPU alive, so if my stream starts lagging out, we all know the reason. So I'm not trying to do the polygons yet, I'm just trying to see how these curves are actually going to work out. This would go as deep as there. 2, 3. And as I mentioned super early on, it's my intention that I'm pushing some of these details a little to the outside. We're going to go one here. Just because I wasn't super accurate with my initial curve. Okay, that ought to Now, wait. Did that not actually create the shape? Oh! Yep, I locked all the layers. I'm an idiot. Okay, wave orange. Let's make a new layer. And actually, I was wondering why I wasn't seeing the guidelines. Oh, that hurts. So, here we go again. Oh yeah, it's nice actually seeing the line of what I'm doing. I was thinking, I don't see it either. But I was like, no, I'm clicking. Maybe my computer is just lagging out. No, the computer was working fine. The performance is good. I'm just an idiot. There we go. Okay, and I didn't follow my exact work. This one is a little bit different, but do. There. Fill it with orange. Just going to decrease the opacity a bit. Yeah, I think that is semi-reasonable. Now I'm going to have to do a second set of lines because obviously the polygons are actually much more dense than the grid I just made. But I have a super evil trick for that up my sleeve. I'm just going to kind of take a look, assess, see if I like what I'm seeing here. So this is meant to be a bigger outcropping, so if I'm pushing it out, I'm just going to push that out this way, just a hair. I might even push this in a little bit. Oop. There. That's a little closer to the original intent. Okay, yeah, that's workable. Okay, time for the evil trick. I need to double the number of rows, double the number of columns in order to get what I'm actually going to need for those polygons. There's two ways I can go about it. The first is the copy and paste route. The only problem with the copy and paste route is it's going to create another massive number of nodes. And I don't particularly care to adjust another set of 37 nodes. So what I'm going to do is just use these intersection paths. And Ken, why are you drawing over the lines that you just drew? But this is more manipulation of Inkscape's internal snapping tools. So Inkscape allows you to snap to the midpoint of any line segment. So by drawing these lines with a node in each grid position, what I'm essentially doing is creating all those midpoints along the line. And then I will discard these black lines once I'm done with them. Or I might even just keep them around as the new grid. Who knows? We'll see. This is the first time I've tried using this technique. I don't really know too many people who... Actually, I have never seen this technique used. It's probably horribly inefficient. There we go. There we are. All right. One thing I will say about this technique, which is already gangbusters over my old technique, is previously what I used to do is I would kind of come up with a very loose idea of what I wanted to create, and then I would create that grid of the polygons, and I would just use envelopes and perspectives until I eventually hit something vaguely resembling what the curves that I wanted. And that fell flat because, or I wouldn't say it fell flat, it worked, but when you have a specific vision, it's hard to actually implement it if you're just kind of working in a manner that is almost pseudo-random. So this is, so this particular technique that I'm using now it gives me a lot more control over the actual end product. And I've been so impressed with the work that the community has done. Like they, in the wallpapers between the this one and, oh sorry, I just need to, it's a little bit hard. These lines are pretty thick. I think I can get one more. I'm also going to be fighting the dark green lines, so which one is... Oh, they're all there. Let's get rid of that guy. There we are. They've really been knocking it out of the park while I've been absent, so, you know, coming back, I need to up my game. I think I'm following the line. Oh, no, I don't want that. I want... There we go. Okay, this is, I think, roughly. So, this is where the idea comes in, is I've been working with the toggle snapping path to intersections. I'm going to turn that off. And I believe it's toggle snapping to midpoints of lines. And now, I get perfectly down the middle. The only downside to this is I might have to make some adjustments based on perspective. Oh, I'm also going to want to just randomly. But overall, this is a very fast track to getting the scaffolding up. Another thing that I could do as well if I was a crazy person is if, I'm just going to delete this line. So if you select something, and say you just want more nodes to work with for whatever reason, if you select any two nodes and just hit the insert new nodes into selected segments, you can add more nodes, and you can add as many as you'd like. But I think, judging by the result I got with this, once I actually go to draw the polygons, I think we're going to be at the point where like any errors in perspective are going to be so minuscule that you just wouldn't see it. Plus, as well, all of the red lines that I'm trying to follow here are the most important lines because they actually follow that outer shell, whereas these are just going to be for the polygon reference. And if oh, let's see. Oh, thank you, Ben. I'm probably extremely late on replying to that, but yeah. Okay. Snapping to midpoint. I can feel my, or I can hear my CPU fan starting to fire up a few times here and there. If anybody wants to see some really embarrassing PC hardware, you can look at my computer because I have a full liquid cooler installed in my machine, and it's not connected to a thing. There, that's the midpoint, and we'll take it right to the top there. So I have a absolutely dead weight water cooler. And it would take me 10 minutes to actually hook it up to. I never reboot this computer ever. Okay, and there we are. I think I'm following the line there. Yep. So as this scaffolding moves along, one thing I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get away with it, but I might try to use the midpoints here. Those can mess with the perspective a little bit, but I think we're going to be close enough that I can just do these wire lines using the midpoints of these. New guidelines that I've kind of created. I think I'll probably just go that route. And so the only thing whoa. Okay, note to self. That one line is absolutely out to left field. And there's my midpoint. Here. Where'd that snap to? That's going to be close enough. Good enough for Enterprise. And we'll just kind of guess at that midpoint there. Not gonna lie, the thought in the back of my head is the fact that my graphics card will do this whole process like 1,000,000 times a second without sweating, and I, the fleshy meat bag, am taking I'm 2 hours in. To create the same effect that Blender could do in mere moments. There we go. And I have used Blender on a few occasions. It's quite a nice piece of software. I drew a pretty spaceship with it, or not drew a pretty spaceship, but made a pretty spaceship. But when it comes to these wallpapers, I don't know, there's something about the tradition of using Inkscape for me. Oh, where's my midpoint? Ooh, that's not... Oh, okay, yeah, because I started guessing at that point, so we'll just do that. Have I checked out Pen Pot? No. No, is that another vector editor? There we go, that's roughly correct. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make these hair out a bit. Yeah. For reasons that will be explained later. Doop, beep, boop, doop. And zoop. Doop, beep. Doop, zoop. Yeah. Especially Blender. Yeah, Blender is amazing. Their user interface overhaul that they did 1-2 years ago at this point, that was probably the best thing that they ever did for themselves. I'm going to we're going to use cusp nodes. There we are. Yeah. When you're doing anything like this, for anybody that uses Inkscape on the regular, I very highly recommend like not just learning, but like really experimenting with the snapping options and the Boolean options. So the union, difference, exclusion, division, all those. Oh, what am I still drawing? Oh. PenPot is FOSS Figma, currently in beta. Web only, self-host. Yeah, well, yeah, like as long as there's any sort of self-hosting option, I'm pretty sure, like it would be, it would be an excellent option. I'm a bit of a Neanderthal when it comes to sorry, I just need to kind of see here. I'm a bit of a Neanderthal when it comes to mockups. I just use Inkscape for everything, and I know it's not the right, good, modern way to do it because you can't make them interactive or anything like that, but I just know that I can draw an interface extremely quickly, but I do need to start using things like Figma or PenPot, what have you. These advanced tools are but only... Yeah. There we go. Yeah, my main thing that I always recommend to everybody is just play with your software sometimes. Like just pick a menu and just see what you can do with it. Pretty much all of the wallpapers that have been done previously were solely because I was experimenting with all of these options, and I had no idea what they could do or what was even good about them or what their uses might have been. But once you actually start just having fun with it and really enjoying your software, you just start discovering things that it can do. Krita is definitely the biggest applications in terms of just discovering so many fun things that it can do. Like I can pick a brush and just look at its options and know that I can be playing with it for hours. Logos by Nick has great tutorials if anyone wants to get started. I haven't seen his work, but yeah, no. I don't know how YouTube chat reacts when it comes to posting links, but if you don't think it'll kick you out, do post a link to Logos by Nick. If he has good tutorials, put them on there. And would anybody be interested if I were to maybe start doing some tutorials on things like Inkscape and Krita? I guess that's a bit of a stupid question. People like having things to reference. One set of kind of tutorials and things that I am actually kind of eager to work on is if anybody has used the Godot game engine, that is a that is just a well architected piece of software, self-contained, easy to download. I've started writing Godot plugins and things like that. The one of them that I wrote, what was the one that I wrote? Oh geez, that's bad when you don't even know the software that you've written. But yeah, Godot and just open source software in general work really well together. No, stop clamping. If they aren't too base. Yeah. There we are. We're getting to the part where things are getting a little bit more intense. The lines are closer together. Yeah, no, that's the end point there. I only have a couple lines left, and I can start hitting polygons. There we are. There, and I guess the middle of this one is here-ish. Let's just take a look without the rough. Here we are. That is a three-dimensional looking grid. It's going to be a shame because I'm going to be deleting all these lines at the end of this. What looks good? I'm going to turn off snapping because I think I'm going to have to. I think we're somewhere around here for that line. And is there one more? I think there will be. My snapping is currently off as well, but I'm going to start. Yeah, these polygons up top are probably going to get messy. Where did my line end? Okay, well, we'll turn on snapping, and I'm going to try to squeeze in one more at the top here. Oh, yeah, here we are. This is tight. Okay. I'm kind of guessing because these haired lines are doing their own thing. Odds are the polygons at this kind of event horizon here are gonna get mixed up. I'm pretty much guessing that, but at the same time, they're so tight that I don't think it'll be noticeable, and depending on how I deploy the gradients, I think we'll still be in pretty solid shape. So save, file, save as, C, there we go. All right. Let's turn on the rough again. So we have this, oh, which layer was that? Okay, wave orange. Hit end, that sends it right to the back. And our line was, uh-oh, where was our line? Not there. What wonderful substance have I been smoking to screw this up? Oh, did I? Oh, there we go. All right. I hope so too. All right. You know what? We're going to go all caps. The first polygrid. It's orange top. Okay. All right. So, here's the tricky part. As soon as I start laying down polygons, it's going to lock me into a few things. So, I'm going to need to start at a corner, probably not a corner that I want to start at. I'd really like to start here. Don't think I get to do that. But I also need to anticipate how the triangles are going to go. So let's... So... wanted that to be a little more hexagonal, but I think I can deal. Another thing that I wanted to do as well is I wanted the blue-purple layer is going to have that semi-transparent acrylic effect. I wonder if I have one of the older wallpapers. I'm going to see if I can pull it up. Pictures, work, art, no. Media design, nope. Pictures, grab bag. This is a problem when I keep losing all of my wallpapers. Icons, work, wallpapers, it's empty! Oh, wait, I found it. So, yeah. Yeah, if everybody remembers this wallpaper here, there's that kind of transparent acrylic effect. Exact same thing that I want to do with the blue that goes underneath. With the orange going over top, I want to try something new. So instead of having these be like incredibly rigid polygons, I want to see if I can try to soften them somehow. Almost as if they were made of plastic, but somebody pointed a hairdryer at them and let them just kind of smooth out a bit. All right. So the next question I need to ask myself is, okay, I just need to plan, because as soon as I place the first polygon, I'm committed. And that Z ordering becomes very important, because I'll just illustrate it here. So make you black-ish. Make you blackish. Get rid of the stroke. So here it is. So the SVG specification, when you have two shapes that are butted up against one another, it does not clamp the fill. So when I'm actually drawing the polygons, what I'm going to want to do is ensure that I cover that gap, but then as I'm moving along, let's just, at some point, that center, this center node here, is going to become the next issue. So when I do the final one, I need to go right over top everything. And you get this kind of weird, funky layering. But again, extensions, arrange, restack, based on Z order, reverse it, apply, don't crash. Then you get the polygons, and if you remove the stroke, it looks like a solid object. There's no seams. And then later on, we'll apply our gradients, and everything will look spiffy. So, based on all of that logic, I need to start, instead of reversing the Z, yeah, this is where I need to think. Okay, I think I can actually just start at this corner. Will you have a download link for us at the end so that we can have it before it goes public? Sure, I don't see why not. Usually what I do, why not combine the triangles into a single object? Great question. Sorry, actually, I just brain farted here. Maxime? Maxime? Again, apologies for name butchering. I'm not quite sure what you mean, like in terms of grouping? Because ultimately I'm going to be using layers for everything. Anyways, let's get this party started. So that's actually unimportant. I don't think these top two polygons actually touch anything, so I want my stroke to stand out. Set stroke. I think that's correct. Yeah, there we go. Will that give me... Okay. Set stroke. There we go. Just trying to convince Inkscape to... Okay, I'm going to... I'm going to change. If I can't have my new polygons have a nice standout-ish stroke, I'm just going to select saying fill and stroke, set stroke. There we go. I'll just do it that way. There we go. Now watch it start making the watch it start making the outlines teal now just to mess with me. Okay, good. All right. Not grouping, but have them not be triangles. I mean, drawing triangles at first. Oh, drawing all the triangles at first and then converting them into a single shape. Just not really a necessary step. I'm not too sure. I need to get rid of this black line before it starts throwing me off. I have my first polygons here. All right. Here we are. All right. And then I need to go this. You know what? I think I need my zigzag. I need my zigzag back. Set stroke. There we go. Okay. I can follow that. For anybody who watched my old video, where I made the one wallpaper that that didn't quite make the cut, I did that kind of overlapping step last, and it was always a slog. So this is hopefully just letting me skip right over a crop of issues. There we are. So once I reverse the Z ordering, I think technically it'll be a little bit backwards, but that won't matter. As long as we get one nice smooth surface. And my computer doesn't melt under the stress of so many nodes. Another aspect of this different approach that I'm taking now is yeah, it results in a lot fewer nodes and fewer just technical mistakes that happen when I do that kind of perspective-based envelope tool where I just make a big fat grid and then modify it. Because when I use that technique, usually it results in a lot of extra layers and overlap. And this is literally just creating the exact polygons we care about. The only downside is I don't get to copy and paste a million triangles and just not worry about it. So like this actually like putting all these polygons over manually is going to be a bit more of a headache, but you win some, you lose some. All right, we reached the end. I'm gonna undo this change in a hot minute, but ooh. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. That was my zigzag, but we have our first polygon. It looks super weird. And again, extensions, arrange, restack, reverse the order. I'm going to be undoing this, but then we have the nice clean triangles that go right over. So let's undo all that work. I think I'm gonna continue using zigzags. Actually, that was actually obnoxiously helpful for me to know what the devil I was doing. And especially as I work on that top layer, it's probably going to save me a few mental gymnastics. So that's true. There we go. Oh, there's chance. Oh, yeah, no, that was the... All right. I need to start from the top, work my way down. This is probably going to be the most boring part. Do I need that top one? Yes, I do. Okay. Now, with these lines here, I'm not going to turn on the snapping appropriate for them. I'm going to eyeball these middle lines here. I already did that backwards. Did I? No, I didn't. Yeah, no, that's correct. I'm going to eyeball it because as soon as I place these cusp nodes, then I'm going to be able to use those as their own reference. Okay. Something's a little bit fun. Oh, no, stop snapping to everything. Oh, well, that's fine. And my computer is just starting to dislike me. I can feel the slight performance penalties starting to hit. Ooh, I have coffee. Oh, that was very much needed. Oh, and I already screwed up. Darn, I didn't do that thing that I mentioned earlier, so these lines are going to be extremely messy. This one is actually fine. Yeah, no, that's correct. Okay. So, let's see here. I have you. I have you. I have you, you. Okay. Now this one, once I hit here, I need to go over everything. Because again, there's going to be that little dot in the center that also doesn't get its fill. So at this point, I think I can just use regular triangles and start... I'm just considering the different techniques that I can use to cover for those little dots that would appear in the center. One thing that I've done on previous wallpapers is I've just put fills in behind the shapes because that like 1 pixel you might get. And, you know, this is starting to fry my brain doing this manually. It's actually really frying my brain doing this manually at the moment. So, you know what I'm actually going to do is we're just over 2.5 hours in. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, just rest my eyes, kind of recollect my thoughts. So I will be back in 10 minutes. I wonder if I can get... you know what? I'm just going to hide my webcam, and I will put the current work just in the middle of the screen. And back in 10, and we're going to say... Actually, you know what? Back in 15. Back in 15, and that would be... blah, 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 250. And everybody's favorite tool, the calligraphy tool. Just point that to my clock. There we go. All right. I will be back shortly. Wait, let's make a new screen. Scene 2. Add a source. Screen capture. Okay. Okay. There we go. And do I... Oh. Lock preview. Unlock preview. Oh no! This is so unprofessional! Me setting up OBS Live. There we go. Okay. All right. I'll be back at 2:50. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in so far. I'm going to get another coffee and maybe a quick piece of toast. Okay, am I back? I appear to be back. All right. I have traded coffee for tea. I've pondered what I'm going to do here, and I think I'm not going to overcomplicate it. I'm just going to worry about the edges, and if we see little pinholes peeking through, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. And this is the highly exciting part of the journey. There we go. That's fine. I don't really have to worry about how much these truly overlap with each other. Because in the end, once I reverse the Z order, it'll all fix itself. There we are. I was looking at writing an Inkscape plugin that would let me just draw the triangles and then automatically do the filling in for me. That would have been a smart thing to have. But we'll do it the old-fashioned way this time. And then in a future wallpaper, maybe I'll sit down and do the math, and then it'll be more about the style of the wallpaper than the assembly process. As much as I said I wasn't going to try to care about that, I'm going to take the extra moment here and there and catch what I can. There we go. And if you're going to move triangles later, we'll move the gap. Oh! So that's what combining them into a single object does. So it's not, you're not, so Maxium is saying to combine them into a single object. I might be about to learn something, and that would be super exciting because this mess is going to be a lot easier. My cat says hello. So I'm just gonna do a quick experiment then, just to see if I can get the desired result. Okay, let's simulate a few. There we go. Get rid of the stroke. Cool beans. So here's the issue. So I take it object, having it be a single shape will remove the need to draw diagonal lines. Maxium, if objects, no, that wouldn't be it. Symbols, paint object guides. How would you do that? Combine them into a single object. It wouldn't be a union. That would break the fills that I'm going to need to do later because we'd be using gradients like that. Let's just Let's just do that so we still see the flaws there. Haven't done it in a long time. Well, Inkscape combine objects using merging shapes, edit path by nodes. I'll select all shapes, path menu. Oh, that's a union op. That's combine two objects. Union and combine both fill. Merging. How do I merge these two objects in Inkscape? Object line in the script. Let's just see. How do I remove this space and unite these two objects? Yeah, no, I'm seeing a lot of object line and distribute. I'm just going to see. I might have to do it the old-fashioned way. Nicely arranged, selected, connected network. Exchange positions. Randomize centers. No, don't want to do that. Unclump objects. Try to equalize. Oh, that's not what I want. Yeah, I think I'll just do it the old-fashioned way for now. I kind of have the workaround in mind already, but I'll take a look at that in the future. If not, then I'll have to write my terrible plugin. But and then home. There we go. That brings it to the front. So now, let's just see. Let's make sure I haven't screwed this up. Let's get rid of my ziggy zaggles. And just do the proof of concept here. I'm going to do a... No, I'm just going to do a solid fill. Okay, extensions, arrange, restack, apply. Yeah, no, this is going to give an acceptable result, I think. I was also looking at... Oh, where'd my chat window go? Inkscape. Oh, having it be... I'm not sure to do... Oh, if you convert it from triangles, you can't operate with them as triangles. It will be a single big object. Okay. Yeah, so I was thinking, because I do want this to be a bit on the softer side, so what I'm going to do is that. It's very subtle. You probably won't see it if you're looking at it. We'll keep these ones sharp. Okay, let's try a new ziggy zaggle. Ziggy zaggles. Yeah, I kind of wish that whoever wrote the SVG spec didn't specifically mandate that that the operation be like that, but yeah, what can you do? So thinking about the Z index. Do. This one is a little bit backwards. Stop connecting to everything. There we go. There. In my next live stream, we'll also be watching paint dry. So maybe perhaps whilst I do this, it might be fun to talk about just random topics. I've kind of been itching to talk about the Linus Tech Tips Linux challenge and the conclusion of it. Would anybody be interested in some random graphic designer's thoughts on that? There we go. Oh, look at this wonderful mess that I'm drawing. This is where it gets real fun. Do, 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 do. There we go. And I'll take this as the inside curve, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Which means we're drawing zigzaggles. We're starting to make progress on what is actually going to be in the final wallpaper. So stroke. And because I've been setting the stroke of every zigzag to red, I'm going to be able to use the select all fill in stroke to where am I connecting? I think here. There we go. But yeah, I'm going to be able to use the select fill in stroke, select same. That is an extremely just thoughtful addition to Inkscape. Bravo to the Inkscape developers for even thinking of that, because I wouldn't have considered it. Okay, and then we go where? Oh no. I'm probably going to have some corrections by the looks of it that I'm going to have to do. I think I've definitely screwed up a few of these polygons, but it should not be that bad a deal. There we go. Yeah. The actual size of these polygons doesn't matter. There we go. As again, once they're flipped, they will look all pretty. An alternative idea that I had in terms of doing these polygons and making them look nice is another trick that I use where so say, for example, let's say we just have this. So say I wanted to do 2 green polygons. Then what I might do is, let's set the fill to black, linear gradient, set it to white, 100%, there we go. Fill, there we go. Then we just kind of jitter this a little bit. Get rid of the stroke. Oh, whoops. That was the triangle. Stroke point none, fill, there we go, okay. So we still have that crease, but if you jitter the gradient a bit, and you're just looking for the effect of that, like when you look at a marble floor that's made of tiles and you're examining, or you're seeing the light shine, you see that the light bounces off a little bit differently. So if you just lower the opacity a bit, you can get that same effect by doing that. And then the little seam that goes down the middle matters a lot less. I could have done it here. I probably should have done it here, but hindsight is 20/20. And I'm just going to bend these in a bit, just to make it feel a little bit rounder. Okay. What am I looking at? Sorry, I'm just gonna... Just need to check something. Sorry. Oh, some sort of YouTube notification, but I'm on YouTube. I can always worry about it later. Unless that YouTube notification is something like, one of your viewers is inside the house. Let's see here. I need to do a zigzag. Start in the middle. There we go. Okay, enter. And then we'll continue it from this side here. There, 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 and it looks like it's going to be a little bit shorter. That is a-okay with me. Perfect. Just save my work. Make sure I don't lose everything I've done. And we continue on. No, I need to start with you first. There we go. Okay. Back in the groove. I was honestly not expecting to get like more than 1 or 2 people watching this. I was wholly expecting this to be like nobody watching and then just me editing it later so that it's something reasonable. But we're also chill in this YouTube stream. Nothing you really have to pay super close attention to. The calm, soothing sound of my radio voice. So it might be fine and JPEG. I wonder if this could be Python. Yes, it definitely could be Python automated. I was kind of griping about that earlier, that I should have written those Python scripts, but you know, at some point we can't be the smart person. But yeah, what I would do if I were to automate this, I'll just logic out the script in my head live, is take all the polygons that you've selected. This would probably only work with triangles. Find any cusp points that overlap, and then whatever overlapping cusp point would have the lower Z index will have a new point inserted, and that point would be placed in the direct center of the overlapping polygon, and that should, in theory, automate this process. Of course, though, I'm a fool and I didn't write that in advance. No, I'm gonna do that just because I feel that curve ought to be there. Yeah, no, yeah, I want that. Am I snapping to other things? Oh, I'm still snapping to midpoints, and I'm going to turn off that too. One catch-22 about the Inkscape snap tools is they have a lot of calculations they have to make, and I don't necessarily think they're the most efficient on Earth when they're calculating your endpoints. I've had some extremely heavy documents just bring my machine to a crawl because I had too much snapping enabled. So one thing that I've kind of learned is, turn off the snapping that you're not using, and that will help you put your horsepower where it actually matters, instead of having your cursor lag half a second behind what you're actually trying to do. I'll wait for this wallpaper, but... oh yeah. I've actually been thinking, Nico, in terms of the pipeline. I might see if you want to chip in just like a command line input options for it. Sorry, my brain is starting to fail out again. Here we are. But yeah, too late for this wallpaper. Once this process is done, though, and even if I end the stream before I get to the blue bottom half, I'm going to at least try to get the orange top half fully done so everybody can kind of see how this all actually starts working out in the end. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I'll probably do the blue bottom half just separate from the stream. There's not going to be too much that needs to be, learned or explored. It's more or less just rinse and repeat at this point. Okay. The nice thing about this, okay, you know what? I'm going to... So, because I'm a bit of a stickler for accuracy, set stroke, this orange guy here, we're on the inside track, I'm going to I don't want that cusp node. Yeah, okay. Get rid of this extra line. Burp, burp, burp. Burp. Okay, that cusp node can't exist. What am I doing? I'm lost, confused. There we are. Okay. I'm also gonna start. I don't have my my wireframe guides that I wrote, but this just freehanding this seems to be working out well enough. How about making a light and dark version for Breeze Light and Dark? I didn't have a specific plan for how long I was going to stream. As long as people are still interested in watching, like I'll keep going, because my intention is to finish this wallpaper tonight, even if it means I forgo a little bit of sleep. So yeah, I'll keep streaming as long as people want to keep watching. Let's just do it that way. There we go. Burp. I just don't know how hideously interesting this might or might not be. Then again, though, I was expecting like between 0 and 1 concurrent viewers at any given time, so yeah, it doesn't make much sense till we actually change wallpapers depending on theme. Yeah, so with the light dark, that's actually something very easy to do with Inkscape because I'm going to make sure that everything shares the same gradients. So just adjusting those gradients is going to give me, exactly what I need to make the light and or dark version. And we'll curve this guy out. And we'll curve this guy out. There we are. So, I might try to make those a little more bubbly later. I want this wallpaper to be a little bit on the softer side. Okay, so going back up top, this is the start of the canvas is really where I care to be accurate. But at the same time, these are where some of my blue lines, the guesswork is kind of starting to come in. Let's do that. Okay, I don't know which line I'm actually following. You know what? I think it's time we bring back our old friend, the zigzag. I'm going to turn on midpoint snapping as well. There we go. Yeah, that's still going to be good enough. Should I midpoint onto the blue? I'm going to midpoint onto the blue. No, I'm not going to midpoint onto the blue because I was explaining earlier that the blue lines are less accurate. So I'm going to keep onto the red lines. Okay, you know what? I'm being a fool. I'm being a fool. I don't want midpoints, I want intersections. Oh, there we are. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. When I was still new to Inkscape and getting familiar with it, I used to hate the snapping tools because I didn't feel that they were particularly intuitive. And there are times when, you know, I think things could stand to be a little more intuitive, but at the same time, like once you fully understand like what's going on with them, they are extremely useful. Oh, I'll take a time skip by playing Dilate for a bit. Oh yeah, and thank you for the feedback, Mixim. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see. I'll investigate to see if maybe there is some sort of method for grouping there that that will do what we were kind of thinking. There we are. Oh no, I'm doing that wrong there. But yeah, no, I fully anticipated this would be a bit of a revolving door stream for people who are interested in watching. Let's see here. Is this? Yep. I tend to choose a lot of tedious methods, so you know, in the future when they're automated, these sorts of things will go a lot faster. But again, though, like I do feel like when you're actually doing something by hand and those little imperfections and the artistic choices that you put in too as well, that pure 3D software kind of takes over. You know, it does give these wallpapers charm, I think. Not disparaging the 3D wallpapers done by the community members. They're fantastic. They've managed to push software like Blender a lot further than I could. I just like the old-fashioned way. So, yeah, I kind of mentioned, I alluded that I might talk about the Linux Tech Tips Linux Challenge. So yeah, they're I'm pretty sure everyone here has probably seen them, but just as a short recap, Linus Tech Tips, I would classify it as more of a hardware channel. Did a series of videos exploring to see if Linux is practical as your operating system for gamers. And in their latest video, they came to their conclusions, and I need to say, like, I wholeheartedly agree with probably 90% of their videos, their content towards that. The one thing that I wish that they had done was given themselves a $140 budget for doing the changeover. And the reason why I say that number specifically is because Linus Tech Tips and myself were all in the great northern land of Canada, and to get a fully licensed copy of Windows Home Basic, it's going to run you about $140. So my kind of thought behind that... Oh, no, I don't want extra polygons there. So my thought behind the $140 budget is, if you were building a brand new computer for yourself, and you were making your choice of operating system, then you'd have $140 in savings, and that's for every computer that you decide to build. And when you're moving between platforms, some software will just cost you money. And the reason why I kind of bring up this $140 budget is because a lot of their complaints were that they couldn't play certain things because they had a certain edition or copy of it. So, for example, if Minecraft Dungeons was one of the big ones that they were talking about, how Minecraft Dungeons, they couldn't play it because they had the Windows copies. But I think saying they couldn't play it was, well, it's just factually incorrect, because they could play it, they just couldn't play the copies that they had. And it's the same sort of argument, I think, where if you have, for example, a Macintosh copy of Office Mac, you don't buy that and expect to get to use it on Windows. And if we were comparing apples to apples, I think it would have been a situation where if he had a copy of Office Mac, the argument might be, well, I can't use Office because my copy does not work on Windows, which is just kind of out there. So if they gave themselves that $140 budget, the money that they would have saved on that copy of Windows that they would have had to purchase for a new build, that money could have gone to just those few times where you have an application that is maybe built for one platform, to get a more portable copy of it. So, for example, the Steam copy of Minecraft Dungeons. And that's kind of the one big thing that I really look at when they bring up the Linux challenges that they had. Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit hoarse. That being said, their content and analysis, I think, was fantastic. There are so many things that we as a community and the vendors and everything along those lines, we can do better on. And some really exciting things have happened that literally would have changed some of their opinions, such as the policy kit integration into Dolphin. Like, that was a long time coming, and it it landed. Where do I want to start this? Sorry, 1 second. So with the policy kit landing, that would have definitely changed a lot of their opinions on Dolphin. Dolphin, in terms of file copy speed, I know that Qt has its own built-in mechanisms that are platform independent. I believe that's what's going on. Don't quote me as being super knowledgeable about that particular topic. But yeah, some things like that, file copy speed could be better. In the VDG, we were also discussing potential different ways of offering user feedback. One thing, for example, that was kind of discussed is in the icons in the file manager, if you're copying into a temporary icon, to have some sort of a loading graph overlaid atop the icon, which would have been a fantastic piece of feedback. Look at this confusing mess. I'm just gonna do it this way. There we go. A little bit weird, but it'll work. But yeah, that. Oh. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be smoke coming out of my ears at the end of this. I really, really do agree with their sentiment that not every game platform is, not every game should revolve around Steam. Things like Litres and stuff like that do an amazing job at taking the pain out, but the idea that you can install it multiple different ways and have multiple different versions, it's a side effect of how Litres works, but it is a very real issue because using the exact same software, like if you were using Litres to install your games, two people using Litres, if they just pick two different options, they could be out of luck. So that's a very real thing, and I was kind of thinking about what might be done on a desktop or a platform level to help address that. Really, that's going to be a difficult problem to solve. I think some of it will also just come down to the fact that as Proton and Wine itself continues to become more mature and robust, hopefully a lot of those pain points are just going to be gone by fiat of the latest thing will just work better. That would be really the ideal situation, but what a lot of people don't realize is that Microsoft Windows, in a lot of their libraries, they actually have to build in and restore bugs for certain pieces of software, like actually reinsert known bugs for specific software, because that software will have maybe worked around the bug, anticipated the bug, and without the bug, it would just have a hard crash fail. So we have Proton, which has Proton and Wine. I'm just going to say Proton for the sake of only saying one thing. But yeah, Proton has to replicate all of the Windows bugs. I am noticing a problem that is probably going to bite me in the butt. Hopefully, I have covered my bases. Since I have 2 different kinds of snapping enabled, it's occurring to me that some of my snap points are pretty close together and I might be snapping to the wrong stuff. So hopefully that's not going to turn into a big issue, but I can already tell it is. That might just have to be a fix in post if some of it is noticeable. But yeah, Proton. Horribly complicated job it has to do, because it has to replicate bugs, but in some cases those libraries might actually attempt to sniff out the specific applications that rely on those bugs. So there is this kind of impossible situation where yeah, like it's nigh impossible to know exactly what a given library actually does. Like if you have a library that does basic math, 1 plus 1, and for some reason it gives you 11 and a piece of software had to work around it, oh no, too many intersections. Oh wait, no, I'm going too far. Don't need to do that. But yeah, so like if an application like gave you 11 as a result instead of 2, it's possible that it's actually a thing that happens where an application will build itself around the value of 11 that's returned. Oh, Proton Wine is not really good in my experience. At this point, it is more likely that a game will have problems not with actually running, but something like anti-cheat. Yes, anti-cheat is a big issue. But yeah, no, there are still games that like are a little bit crashy, a little bit wonky, but that's also, par for the course. There are games that crash spectacularly on different versions of Windows itself. So yeah, there's always just going to be issues there. Even Microsoft has to keep up with it. The only difference is the open source community really has to do the clean room implementation, and we don't necessarily get to see the really kind of rancid, weird things Microsoft has to do behind the scenes just to keep their own software ticking along. Okay. I think it's actually a little bit too hard for me to talk in depth about topics like that. And you know what? Should I turn off intersections? I have the cusp nodes. Yeah, I'm going to turn off intersections. Hopefully that will avoid some issues. Oh, I need to go the other way around first. And we're also... Oh, do you agree with the fragmentation concern raised? For my part, I think that's more of a pro. It's... If you ask me on 2 different days, I would probably give you 2 different answers. Because, like, on one hand, like, there's 2 ways to think about... Now, there's Unix and BSDs and all those. I'm just going to say Linux, just because that's kind of what I'm working with here. There's 2 ways to think about it. Either there's one Linux, and it's fragmented by all these different desktop environments and software stacks. Or you can think about Linux as a slew of different, like Mac OS and Windows are two separate things, and something like an Ubuntu and a Red Hat are two, Red Hat Enterprise Linux or something like that, where you can consider them, okay, those are also two things just as distinct as Mac OS and Windows that just happen to have a very high level of binary compatibility. If I were to say, it's a tough question because a lot of the health of Linux comes from the fact that if something isn't working, it will be forked and changed. If KDE is doing a really bad job with some version of Plasma, or let's say Plasma 6 was a heaping garbage fire, then there's so many other options that do work. But kind of like how they pointed out as well, it would be really nice if everybody could concentrate their efforts on one thing that would work perfectly. But then you also get the situations where, Mac is targeting a different set of users than Windows, and GNOME or KDE or XFCE, Elementary, all of those target different users as well. I will say, we do have a fragmentation problem in our toolkits, and it's getting worse. Let's see. For game devs, I see why it's hell, or commercial projects. With games, actually, I'm gonna give a really strange opinion on this one. I think fragmentation is not a problem at all when it comes to games. Simply for the fact that, if you take, for example, the latest Call of Duty, that's, it can weigh in at well over 100 gigs for that game. And that's way larger than even your whole operating system itself. So when you have a game that's already going to eat so much of your hard drive space, then simply bundling the specific libraries and versions that work, which is the approach that Steam is taking, I think that just solves the fragmentation problem by bundling everything you need in the first place. When it comes to the applications that we use on a day-to-day basis, so for example, our office software, drawing applications like Krita and Inkscape, fragmentation is very real in Linux. For example, the GDK and GNOME. I think GNOME does a lot of great stuff. I think their non-approach, I would almost call it, to integration, where they're actually kind of moving away to we're a platform and we're only going to support ourselves. I think that is going to be very damaging to the whole ecosystem in the long run, because even Inkscape here, if you look at my screen, you'll see things don't match. I have tried to get it close. The actual look and feel of the buttons is not correct in a lot of cases. And we did have kind of like a golden age where all the toolkits worked really nicely together, but we're just hitting this kind of weird era where every toolkit, every project kind of wants to go in its own direction and is saying, well, it's a lot of work to support everybody, so we're going to support only ourselves. That's where I think the serious fragmentation problem is, especially as things like open desktop standards are starting to be left by the wayside. It's a genuine concern to me on that front. But games themselves, I think, they're already so heavy. If you have a game that's going to be, even half a gigabyte, even something that's 500 megabytes, bundling an extra 10 or 20 megs of libraries that might traditionally be served by the system, but it will result in a software stack that just works. I think that's actually more or less a solved problem. It's inefficiently solved, I'll say, but more or less solved. It's just getting everything to kind of talk to each other and work together. That's where I think the issues are really going to hit us hard in the coming decade. Where is there? Okay, yeah, we're gonna turn on intersection snapping again. I actually quite like the GNOME CSDs. I wish the implementation was a bit more flexible. But I personally am one of those crazy people in the KDE community that's like, we should have our own version of CSDs as well. Especially because I had interest in developing a browser back in the day, and really, pretty much every modern browser has that very familiar layout where it's the two strips. One is a tab, one is your tools. I think that's a very... Oh, which way am I going? I'm sorry, I just need to... I think that is correct. But yeah, no, I like CSDs for what they actually do on an appearance level. What I'd really like is if KDE ever made its own CSD implementation. I'd like to see some form of communication to at least do basic drawing of the window decoration from the actual system itself. But it's a tall order. There's a lot of things that have to go right, a lot of things that can go wrong. But yeah, I think we can eventually... Oh, I want to turn off intersections. But I think eventually, like you've even seen it in the Maui kit. Oh, sorry, I just need to... Where they have their own CSD implementation, and I think if we don't eventually start making our own CSD implementation of some kind readily available, all of these kind of offshoot kits that we're starting to see come out of the KDE community, they're all going to implement their own CSDs, and none of them will be as good as what we could probably put together. There we go. Let's see. CSDs are great, but not for non-native apps. What mouse tablet do I use? So I have two. I have a terrible Wacom tablet that is pretty tiny. It's off to the side right now. I don't tend to do traditional tablet artwork in the office. I'm actually... this, you know, kind of from my childhood, I like lying down while I draw. So I actually have an Android tablet. This is the Samsung something or other, the big one. Let's see what... I think it's the S6 or S7 Plus. I splurged on this one. Settings... about tablet, S7 Plus, yeah. I was actually trying to get screen mirroring to work so that if I did any Krita-based work, I would just do it kind of with an overlay. But yeah, no, it's an S7 Plus, pretty solid tablet. I was going to get the Jing pad, but they didn't quite have Krita and other applications that I really like to use fully figured out, and I needed it earlier than the Jing pad was actually going to come out, so I did go with the Samsung tablet, but I really would have preferred something more Linuxy, because the simple fact is, like, I don't even trust my own tablet to some degree. And, you know, maybe it's a level of weird paranoia, but yeah, it's just, you know, there's a lot of things running on it that I'd love to throw out the window, but it's just kind of forced on, and I don't particularly want to root my devices either because I'm weird and contradictory. By the way, what session are you running right now? X11 or Wayland? X11. I've been doing some development in Godot, and... Oh, no, sorry, 1 second. Okay. I've been doing some development in Godot, and they don't have high DPI on Wayland yet. That's the only thing stopping me from going full-time Wayland. That being said, though, I have tried Wayland a few times. I did have a blog post where I was gushing over Wayland a while ago. I think it's great. Just applications need to start doing a slightly better job of supporting it. That being said, if we had a nearest neighbor scaling option when an application has to be upscaled, that would be pretty good as well, because then at least text would be sharp, even if it's a little more jagged. Yeah. I also recall... I'm trying to remember what project it was, but somewhere somebody got the new AMD Super Smart upscaler shaders working to upscale Wayland content. I think it's an application or a script that you have to run on top of your application, so you launch your application through this thing, but it does give you that that very neat upscaling tech. Not sure how well it works on text, but you know, that's the neat thing about open source is we can have these crazy solutions. I think it would be really super neat if we had that upscaling tech in Quinn in some capacity. That being said, though, Quinn has a lot of other optimizations and things like that that they're doing really well on right now, so I wouldn't want to slow that train down just to add a weird new feature. One thing I'm not sure about yet, though, is I know there was a really neat crash recovery work going on where even if all of your Wayland compositors and everything like that just crashed outright, it let applications on the toolkit level kind of disconnect and reconnect to your compositor, essentially solving the whole stability issue, with the only downside being that that every toolkit or application not using a proper toolkit kind of has to re-implement it themselves. From what I understand, I think it was David Edmonston, one of my favorite developers. I think that was his work, and yeah, he had GDK, Qt, Firefox, and anything SDL based doing that whole crash recovery thing. And in terms of a computer just not losing its work, that covered like 99% of bases, and then the last few remaining stragglers would probably come pretty naturally after that. But yeah, no, he had it was a very impressive presentation video. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe searching for like Wayland crash handling David Edmonston would probably give you that video. Very impressive stuff. So, long story short, currently X11, just because I have an app that needs it. Oh, no, no, I'm going too far. There. Oh, we're getting there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rows done. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 rows to go. Should give noise torch a try. What is background noise? Even noise that's loud as your voice. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. This is actually my first semi-legit attempt at live streaming. One thing I nearly did, and if I keep doing these live streams, I think I'm actually going to do it, is OBS. You can, so I'm using OBS right now. Here it is. OBS will let you actually put an HTML document as one of your overlays. So what you do is you create an HTML document and you set the background to be transparent, and what winds up happening is you can actually use, JavaScript, full HTML rendering, what have you. And if I'm going to be doing more live streams, I've been thinking that I might set up a little package where I'd have, just HTML-based overlays, and I'd probably also look at getting proper noise filters and things like that up and running too. There we go. Because yeah, this is actually been pretty fun so far. Not going to lie, I had a lot of anxiety going into this. If I'm being wholly truthful, when it comes to being social, unless you're one of my 4 family members that I speak with regularly, I am a big ball of social anxiety, and I can guarantee you if the 9 people watching this were like actually sitting in front of me, I wouldn't even be speaking. I would just yeah, I wouldn't even be speaking. If anybody watches anime, Komi can't communicate. I feel for that character. I understand that character a little too well. Okay. There we are. This is starting to look passable. I kind of want this this guy. Can I fit him in? So I'm going to actually pull this back a couple. There we go. Put you there. And yeah, I'll do it here. Oh, no. No, that's... I need to start it here. Because I want my zigs to zag appropriately. There we go. And this looks like it's 2 joins. Okay. And you need to go this way. This needs to go this way. And then one more. Huzzah. Oh. No, I need to do the overlap here. Yeah, I might do a little bit of tweaking and breaking the grid after the fact. But for now, I'm going to try to stick with the grid pretty rigidly. I am going to have to break the grid right here, though. Or break my zigzags right here. Just so that I can have this little guy peek through and show. And fun fact about this wallpaper it's actually being done at a different aspect ratio than I traditionally do. It's slightly taller. Usually I do, the wallpapers are native 2560 by 1600, and I'm doing 2560 by 1800, specifically because we have more devices now that use vertical profiles. So I wanted to make sure I had that extra vertical space for those screens that are more square, because for quite some time now the industry was moving to wider and wider screens. But of course, as the industry grows and learns, we're kind of realizing that there's also a place for the more square profile screens. I think, do the new Macs have a more slightly squarish profile? I'm not sure. But if you're looking for reviews on laptops and screens that might have that slightly more squarish profile, Linus Tech Tips does it. Yeah, I do actually genuinely love their channel. I think their hardware work is absolutely something that is not just entertaining to watch, but is very much needed for and on some level they're starting to work a little bit like an industry watchdog, which I also really, really like. They're starting a new lab where they're doing tests on things to make sure, for example, if an HDMI cable manufacturer is kind of fibbing about their product or things like that, they are actually getting hold of the equipment and everything like that to test it. I sent a terrible resume into them, actually, but because they're sane, I don't think they're actually even going to consider it, but I think that looks correct, yeah. No, we're still on cusp nodes. What is going on here? Like I said, this horizon area is going to be a bit of a mess, but when the shapes are that tight anyways, especially when you look on any sort of horizon, it starts to get noisy. So even if there are like actual mistakes and imperfections going along the very top here, unless you really know what to look for, I'd imagine they're going to be extremely difficult to catch. And plus, as well, as I kind of go back, I'll also do any corrections that are necessary for the really egregious stuff. Yeah, here we go. Okay. I just need to get a few in, and that should be easier to start to digest. Let's see. Oh, I haven't been paying attention to chat. Yeah, that might be a good idea, making the lines thinner. You know what, that might actually be a really solid idea. Select same phone stroke. I've tried to keep the lines a bit thicker just so that, because I'm not sure what everybody's video quality is going to be at, but thinning out the lines here, I don't know how much it's going to help, but maybe it will. I can already tell that's not a perfect line, but again, yeah, actually, these thinner lines are going to help, and then still having the actual guidelines that I did earlier. Oh, that's still a thick boy. Oh well. I'll just occasionally thin them out after. Also, the snapping is getting a little bit aggressive when things are that close together. Yeah, this is actually working, and actually having the two different line thicknesses is actually helping me out quite a bit. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Yeah, there we are. Oh. This is one of the things I was talking about earlier where the lines... I'm just going to see. Are there any other cusp nodes? No, okay. The cusp nodes seem to be grouped right there, so I think we're pretty safe. But this is one of the issues, and actually the thinner lines is going to help catch those mistakes, because I just want to make sure that there's not a situation where we have, you know, something like this happening that I can't catch. And like this here is like one of those concern points. But I think we're actually doing pretty safely. Thinner, can you create basic polygon and clone translate them to make this easy? Inkscape allows this with changing angles and sizes and stuff. Probably. Inkscape does have a lot of, like, with the cloning, like, you can get a lot of triangles easily, and cloning is actually how I did a lot of the previous wallpapers, is I would clone and then manipulate the shapes using perspective and envelope to get them to what I want. The only catch-22 is this wallpaper has, is I'm aiming for that really unique curved shape, and I decided that I would be hard on myself and make it one of the higher polygon count wallpapers that I've done. So like this one, unfortunately, the shape of it is a little bit harder. Now there is actually a tool. I have the extension, yeah, more for my mom, but something similar to it could actually probably be scripted in Python pretty nicely. This is Inkscape. My mother has an embroidery machine, and I make patterns for her. And one of the really nice things that it can do is if you have two rails with a similar number of nodes, then it can automatically create rails for you. And I believe it also has another mode where it will automatically stitch lines for you. So between two operations like that, you could probably have it, if I were to draw these rails before, you could probably have something where it would just automatically make the triangles, and then tool that with another script that would automatically kind of fill these gaps. That could actually be a pretty darn good tag team. So, you know, with Plasma 5.25 or 6 or whatever comes next, that would probably be a very solid direction to go, is just go with tooling. Excuse me. Part of it as well is I've only oh, here's another one of those where, yeah. Part of it too is I've only more recently started semi-seriously programming in Python. For some reason I had my head up my butt, and I was like, Python is for kids, and then I started using it and I realized no, Python is just a solid scripting language. So you know, I'm kind of I've been using Beautiful Soup a lot with Python for doing a lot of the icon processing, and with just how much I'm learning from doing all that, coming back to some of my wallpaper automation scripts, I think I could probably automate a lot more of this, but just for this release, the manual method, as slow and kind of tedious as it can be to actually work on, you know, I know that I can get this done in the span of a day to a day and a half, even if it is slow and trotting. But then, you know, I'd have plenty of lead up to not only develop the scripts, but test, debug them, and make sure they don't make Inkscape explode. Should I attempt them. Another thing that I was also kind of thinking about, and I ultimately... Oh, you mentioned Godot earlier. Am I working on a game tool? Oh, okay, I'm going to catch up on chat for a second. So yeah, Inkscape, plugins. I mentioned Godot earlier. Am I working on a game/tool? Yes, I am. I was working towards getting it on Kickstarter, but I got a little bit apprehensive. But I've picked it up again. I'll pull up a little picture maybe. Home. I wonder if I have one of the animations on this computer. That's an old one. Pictures? Nope. Yeah, one thing I really need to do, organize my home folder. I have it on another screen just because it is a hideous mess. Let's see, downloads. Oh yeah, here's one of the animations. So yeah, this is the little main character that I've been working on, and this has been done in Krita, learning a lot about the animation of it. And there's a lot of other characters too, having a lot of fun with it. So like, just kind of a platforming game. Really want it to look kind of watercolor-y, and I've actually recently discovered just how great Krita's watercolor, like actual watercolor brushes are, so I'm going to be swapping that out. I think it's like somewhere between 60 and 80 hand-drawn frames of animation at this point for the main little hero. I have about... I experimented with taking the actual like game script and writing it out in book format. I have a few chapters done there. The actual gameplay script itself is coming along fairly nicely. The one thing that I did with Godot is I wrote... Oh, yeah, that was the tool that I wrote for Godot, was just kind of sort of an animation tree extension type thing, where it will like automatically guess what animation needs to be between two other animations. So if a character is going from idle to, let's say, sliding, it might know that it needs a few frames of running in between, and that was the Godot script that I had written. Let's see. Let's see. You mentioned Godot. Can you put your SVG file under Git version control so we can help you out on your repetitive job? Yeah. Oh, you poor people. Having to watch this. Since it takes so long, how paranoid am I about losing my work? Not paranoid at all, because you can't see it, but I've been hitting Control-S very frequently. Also, I will say, Inkscape's crash recovery, pretty darn good as far as crash recovery goes. Let's see. We need more zigzags. Let's get some zigzags going, shall we? Doop, 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 doop. But yes, Control-S. I've been hitting it probably 2 or 3 times as I've been moving along these 2 or 3 times per column as I work up the columns. So so thinking about how many times, mathing it out in my head, how many times I've actually saved, we're probably nearing around like 30 saves. That being said, file, save as. We are at 4 individual copies of the file. Now, when I save secondary copies of the file, I'm not actually doing it for crash recovery purposes. It's more for idiocy recovery purposes. If I do something really, really stupid with the file or something like that, or I really, really bung up something in movement, then it's nice to have things to go back to. Oh, I came from KDE subreddit. I saw the sketches. I like the stuff. You saw the sketches? I didn't know the sketches were on the KDE subreddit. I need to get back on there. Oh, I'm starting from the top. Oh, you know what? Since we're this far along... Okay. Hit save. I did recently create another copy, so I feel a little bit safer doing this now. Select same, fill and stroke. So that selects all the zigzag lines that I did. I'm also going to stroke style... Oh, no, don't make it 100 pixels. Just make it 2. There we go. Actually, they're already selected anyway. So fill, stroke. The fill is going to be... I want that there. Okay. Set everything there. We're just going to see extensions. Arrange, restack. This will probably take a hot second. There's a lot of shapes that it's restacking. Let's just see how our grid is looking so far. Oh, okay, yeah, that's just the gradient being smooth. Yeah, so you can see we have one mistake there. I think we probably have... Yep, there it is. So this is one of the things that I was kind of paranoid about when I was mentioning the lines and not quite overlapping. So little things like that I'm going to have to go and just manually adjust. But otherwise, it looks pretty much like I had hoped. Okay. So let's hit Control-Z a few times. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. There we go, okay. Select same, fill and stroke. I liked using the thinner lines. That was a great suggestion. Even that was turning out smoothly, so. Another new zigzag coming up. Oh wait, no, we're gonna do this first. So yeah, it's, I'm very glad that this restacking strategy is working, because that was a real pain point on older wallpapers. And, oh, lovely. Yeah, I'm never sure how much to post to Reddit, because I always get the impression that I'm being, like, self-serving these days to an extent. I know it makes no sense at all whatsoever. But, yeah, no, I always get nervous if I'm, you know, annoying people by, like, posting too many updates. That's why I'm kind of keeping things to my blog for the most part, because, yeah, not sure. I believe that's where our zigzag goes. And I think Inkscape picked up that we're using thinner lines now. That's one thing that still confuses me about Inkscape, is when it actually, like, is using a particular fill or stroke. One issue that I've encountered several times, owing to recent updates, is Inkscape tries to change the mouse cursor so it kind of reflects the actual shape that you're doing. So if I have a square, you'll actually see that it has the teal square. and the appropriate outline and things like that. But where that gets really annoying is if you're using transparency or things like that, or you've made something invisible or anything like that. I've had a few times where like my cursor will literally disappear, and I just kind of have to get it onto the UI and just set a color just so I have a visible cursor on the screen. That's about the only annoyance that I've really had with Inkscape as of late. Ooh, set stroke. Here we go. So we have... This is a real hot mess of nodes. There we go. Then we go here. Yeah, okay, I think I see. Oh no. You know, this little horizon area is a pretty consistent difficulty, but at least it's not the majority of the work. Once you get this little part done and you're through it, things pick back up. There we go. Okay. I'm trying to make a GUI add-on for Blender. A Git add-on for Blender. Do you think that's useful? I think, doesn't Blender... Well, when you actually have a 3D file, internally inside the file format, it's essentially a list of vertices and I can't, for some reason the wording is escaping me, but it's the points and polygons that use those points. Those would probably actually be digested very well by Git. Things like textures would probably have a bit of are binary, but they would probably do pretty well, at least on the actual like vertex information. Shaders as well. Shaders would be super great to have in Git. I think too, a lot of game companies use Git internally for development. So if you're making a GUI Git addition to put right into Blender, I could see game studios that work in 3D graphics seeing a lot of use in that. So yeah, no, scratch that itch, man. Blend file is binary. Oh yeah, it's probably zipped. Well, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I guess it would depend on the file format, but I don't see where it could go wrong, because ultimately, like, when you have game source code, you still have to put it up to Git, so even if you're just able to directly point Blender to a Git repository, that could be useful in and of itself, just for, not having to do Git pulls or things like that in one application or the command line, then go into Blender separately to work with those files. Yeah, no, I could see it being useful, even for binary files. Like, just because Git isn't ideal for binary files doesn't mean that a lot of companies probably aren't still using it in that regard. Okay. There we go. Doop, boop, boop. There's 5 poly in that one. Many use Git ifs for merge files. Yeah, I tend to work in formats that usually have some level of plain text, so I'm not overly familiar with Git and large binary files, but yeah, I think there's always a use. I mean, really, if you take a stab at making, you know, a Blender Git add-on, really, what's the worst that can happen? You gain experience in both Git and Blender. Those are two very useful pieces of software that a lot of people want knowledgeable developers on. So, you know, even if the project isn't ideal, it's still a great way to stretch and flex those flex the most important muscle. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. We're reaching this endpoint here. Where do we want? So I don't want the curve here. This, so we'll have the curve here. Yeah. Something, I'm not sure if it's the chat. Oh, as far as I know, it's true. Okay. Oh, it only pulls, it doesn't push. There we go. There we go. I'm going to make the rounding on these nicer. I'll probably do that. Come on. There we go. I don't want it to be overtly round, but I do want it to be nice and soft. I also need to, because technically speaking, the left side is closer than the right side, so it really should be bigger. And anyways, that's just a small pedantic thing. I'm gonna want this to be there we go. Okay. Just kind of re-examining things a few here. The blue is going to be really easy to do after the orange is done. So yeah, I think for this stream, I'm just going to focus on getting this kind of top foreground layer done. And I'll probably move to doing the this secondary layer and the skybox. That'll probably be outside the stream. But yeah, no, this is actually going better than I thought. So, let's do our favorite thing on earth, zigzags. Zigzags. And boop, 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 boop. Doop, doop, doop. Where is my... I want it here. And I think... I think I'm going to start... I'm going to start just worrying more about a few rows down, and then I'll refocus on the top after the fact. Actually, no, that's a terrible idea. But I think I will try to get the more crowded bits. Yeah, at this point, I think the polygons that I'm going to be working on will be a touch more random. Excuse me. Oh, I have I switched from coffee to delightful tea. Where am I connecting? I have completely lost the plot on this. Ah, there's a node. I can connect that. Let's go here, and here, and here. That's... Ooh. Yeah, no, this is, yeah, this is for the birds. Yeah, because this is getting so crowded up here. I'll just move this in. There we go. Okay. Yeah, not ideally how I want it to be done, but we're out of the weeds. We're out of the weeds, ladies and gentlemen. I think. There. We want to come to... There. Okay, yeah. We are out of the weeds. I can actually see what I'm doing again. And I think I know roughly where I went wrong. I can fix it afterwards. There we go. And if anybody can catch it, my mouse cursor is slowing down by just a frame or two, and I can hear my CPU fan spin up periodically when I have too many things moving around. It's also probably not helping that I'm CPU encoding this video. I should get hardware acceleration working if I do future live streams. But I think I do genuinely want to get my live streams set up a little more professional. I want to get those HTML-based overlays running, hardware acceleration, and yeah, I might do maybe like icon live streams where I make a few hundred icons in a single in the space of a few hours, hopefully. Speaking of icons, I just want to give a shout out to Janet Blackquill, because one real pain point about doing icons is with the adaptive icons, there was no way to get predictable blacks or predictable whites, and Janet helped out and got some code in that just gives you much more reliable icon results, and I'm very pleased. It was work that I was worried would take months to get in, and it was going to affect the quality of icons. I don't know if Plasma 5.24 will have the new icon work. It's been a bit more of a bite than I anticipated, just with we're inserting... What was the number? Sorry, I'm just gonna check here. Development icons. So yeah, 870 new icons. The review process is going to be pretty intensive on that. Also, like I'm using the icons myself, but you can see that there's this kind of panoramic effect where like they'll go right to the edges. That's actually going to be stripped out in favor of just more traditionally centered icons. A lot of people were kind of iffy when I was reading the initial feedback. So, you know, we're going to use some slightly more traditional icon designs. So I kind of have to go back and redo some of that work. Another fun thing that's kind of happening in icon land is, and I don't know if it'll happen or not, you know, don't bug or harass anybody if you really want this feature sooner than later. You know, if it comes, it will come in time. But one thing that the K-icon theme will do. Sorry, I just kind of lost my train of thought there. One thing that K-icon themes will do is it's the part that's responsible for updating the style sheet, but it already scans through the basic document XML and the scalable vector graphics file. So if we leverage that and we selectively remove elements with certain classes, then we can do some pretty incredible things. So for example, if you wanted one icon set to include both the squared folders and the more rounded folders, that actually becomes possible by just cleverly removing certain CSS classed items. And so if you actually look at the source code to a lot of the new icons, you'll see that that there's actually extra elements in them and extra style sheets. But those style sheets have classes that are named with toggleable values. So you might have a class named, let's just crack one open, actually. Just while I'm here, development, breeze, source. We'll use the source templates. So already you can see, like, so these are the source templates for folders. And if we crack one open with Kate, so, oh yeah, this is the naming convention I started using. So remove if, show crease, and if we remove this this entire style block, then the crease, which was kind of controversial, could be a toggleable option in the future. So it might be neat one day if we had icon themes where you're not just stuck with the design that's given, but you can say, hey, I want my folders to have the oxygen style crease. I want my folders to be squarish. There are limitations to what we can do with this. We can't do something like, say, have, you know, adjustable corner radius or anything like that, but we can do like larger sweeping changes by selectively removing style sheets, and by putting them in these templates that are mass applied to files in the build step, we get a lot of that work done for free. It's not like we'd have 80 or 100 icons that we'd each have to manually adjust the SVG XML in the actual file itself. So yeah, exciting things might be coming down the pipe. Who knows? People might look at me and say, hey, Ken, that's a really stupid idea, and it'll never happen. But I'm building it into the set because maybe one day it could. No guarantees, no promises. Please don't tell people to do that. There are more important things than my dream of sneakily putting creases in icons. There we go. Set stroke. The lag is becoming very real. Once I get this top layer done, yeah, I think I'm going to have to do the bottom layer without CPU encoding eating the other half of my system. I'm going to actually... do we want this to terminate here or further down? I don't want these to terminate at the exact same spot. maybe I'll push it further down, actually. Yeah, I think I'll do it that way. Doop boop. Super sneaky save. And okay, that's where our horizon lies. Okay, I think I'm kind of understanding where this horizon kind of actually falls. I think I might have just lied. But you know what? That's fine. If I don't actually get this horizon absolutely perfect, only the people here who know, who have seen it pointed out, will forever be bothered by the horizon. That's actually, yeah, it's kind of funny. So I make it a point to dog food my own wallpapers for at least a while before I start pushing things up into Git for integration or anything like that. And a few of the wallpapers that people really liked actually had very small imperfections that actually drove me insane. I believe it was Cascade, the one that had the waterfall. That has like a couple. If you look real close, and I might have a hard time pointing them out these days, but there's like a couple really gnarly errors, and whenever I used that wallpaper, I would just stare at it in disapproval of my own work. There we go. We are so close to having this first layer done. And if I am correct in my thinking... Oh no, that might have a lot of polygons too, actually. That might have more polygons than this part. Well, it would be pretty close. I was going to say, I think the blue layer is going to go faster, but that might not be the case. Either way, though, that's not going to be something that I'm going to put on the live stream. It's going to be like those tutorials where like it'll tell you, okay, these are the steps you do to do this thing, and then it skips to like the next thing that they're going to show you in a tutorial. Like if it's a 3D model, it's like, okay, this is how you use the loft utility in CAD, and then like the very next step shows like a 3/4 finished car, and it's like, okay, and then this is how the headlights go. That's basically going to be the story of this wallpaper. Is yeah, I'm going to show you like how I do one section of it, and then I'll disappear for a day or two, and then just come back and it'll be done. With all my mistakes miraculously fixed. Okay, no, I'm gonna redo this one. extra node. That'll be... Oh no, too many extra nodes. You know what? Yeah. There we go. I will make the comment. I am glad I am much faster at making icons than I am at making wallpapers. If each icon took this long. Yeah. Okay. Where are we in the grand scheme? We are right at the end of this column. I think 2 as well, yep. That'll come later. Okay, so I think things are kind of dropping off in terms of fun, potentially instructional things to say. So unless anybody would like me to continue live streaming, I think I'm gonna just kind of switch to doing this in a more relaxed, non-streaming posture. Does anybody want me to keep going on the stream? And I'll give it a couple of minutes just because the lag is very real. Latency is very real. I'll do one more zigzag. You are very welcome. Can't wait for the final result. You're going to have to wait for the final result. You've seen how fast I'm going on this. It felt like it was going by so quickly when I was just preparing the wireframe. Alrighty, so yeah, I think I'm going to call this stream for now. Oh, how does your hand not fall off from my hand would have fallen. Oh, yeah, no, my hand does absolutely fall off from repetitive strain injury. I can actually get a very good wrist pop in the mornings. It is a shockingly loud sound. All right. Sorry, Yagesh, but I think you're going to have to find some different white noise. I'm going to retire the stream for now. It has been absolutely lovely. I've very much enjoyed seeing your feedback as I've moved along. I will post regular updates. I think kind of looking at the pace that I'm going. I'm expecting. I was kind of hoping to have this done today, but clearly it's not going to be done today. But I will. I'll post progress reports on my blog, and that should also, that should also land in Planet KDE then. No, I'm gonna keep going. My hand's not dead yet. It's only slightly necrotic. Okay. Cheers, everyone, and good night, and Happy New Year as well. I know it's a couple days late, but, you know, I'm looking forward to 2022 with all of you, and take care. Au revoir.